Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim, and we are doing kind of a quick intro here because we've been rolling nonstop for the past going on 7 hours. I'm going since 11 a.m. today. I've been rolling out with coronavirus news, information gathering. We've been picking up information on the corona pandemic, live international chat channel, pulling up all kinds of data and information. It definitely has an attack on your lungs if you're getting that. But most of all, let's not forget that this is a small number of people dead in America right now relative to a month-long period standard flu kills. 36,000 people die of the flu every year in America. 250,000 worldwide. So these people are all really worried about the numbers, and the numbers show 218,000 infected, but 8,900 deaths. Okay, that's significant, but it's not the end of the world kind of thing. So 9,000 deaths total. The U.S. has, at current, 150 people that have died. It jumped 70 in one day. But typically that's how many people die of the flu and more. Yeah. So that's a serious reality check that every month 2,000 people die in America. But right now only 150 people have died in America, yet we're all freaking out and the stock market is crazed. That's right. And I'm tempted to touch my face with a little scratch, and I was like, Oh, that's such a release. So when you say touch your face, I mean, I'm not getting near my nose, right, or in my mouth, so I'm not putting it in my eyes or my ears, but I did get that little area right here that's scratching me. You don't care? No one cares. That's why all the shelves are empty, Rodney? Really? Nobody cares. Yeah, nobody cares about this. Yeah, it's all a hoax, right, to you? You and Donald Trump. Oh, but now Donald Trump is an expert. Yeah, he knows all about it. He said he's actually predicted this was a pandemic many, many months ago. Ooh. But he told us that only 1% chance of dying and it was a hoax. So now the man who said only 1% chance of dying and it was only a hoax, and who didn't alert any of the markets around the country to limit sales of toilet paper, made the ultimate mistake. He lied yet again and said that he knows all about it. He knew this in advance. Well, the stock market doesn't like Donald Trump anymore. He's actually down 1,338 points. That's what the stock market is saying. Below 20,000. When we get to 18,000, which we'll probably get to by April, that's my prediction. It could get to 15,000 if it goes any faster. But when it gets to 18,000, we will have erased all the gains that many of you have had in the stock market. Unless you chose the right stocks, and some people are making the right decisions, and those people seem to be aggregating around certain stocks, and those remain more buoyant. And we'll talk about that in a little while. Okay, well, I'm going to look at my chat rooms over here and see what I've got. I've got a broadcast at Periscope. I'd say it's more of a giant capitalist virus than a communist one. Yeah, I would say, you could call this the ultimate capitalist virus. Yeah. I'm going to say that communism and capitalism have been hijacked by the New World Order. Because you know something? Whether you're a capitalist, a socialist, or communist, there's one thing that you really like. Believe it or not, there's one thing all of them have in common. I know that sounds weird, but it's true.
I got a bunch of money, too.
Oh, I like money. Yeah. I like money, though. I like money. I like money.
I like money.
Can't believe you like money, too.
So they all like money. Hey, Winchell, welcome. Yeah, they all like money. They all want more money. They love money. Socialists, like the Democrats, they want money. They spend it like crazy. The tax and spend Democrats are wasting our money and putting us in bankruptcy just like the Republicans are. Trump is just doing it with the military, and the Democrats want to just give everybody, contractors alike, free money, and just constantly lift that money out and give it to the capitalists that thrive on the Democrats that get reelected. So either way, the Republicans give these corporate fat guys tax breaks. The Democrats give them contracts. So either way, they get money. So here's a little bit of an exercise for you guys who are regulating your life and distancing yourself, doing social distancing or whatever that's called. Put yourself close to that piece of pizza that landed at a 450-degree oven that kills everything in sight, and put that close to you and see what happens. Yep. So many people are burying their woes in the carboholic addiction of Wheat Belly, and it's the only calming thing for some people. I mean, Shelley was in here earlier saying, yeah, I just like to eat. I can't help it. And that's something you have to fight, because when you eat, you're eating up your food supplies, which you've just bought and spent lots of money, and your whole family's going, well, why did we just run around Costco stocking up on food and toilet paper if you're going to eat? Because then you're going to use more toilet paper. Am I right? You're right, Dave. You don't need to make a living at certain points. You need to live. Yeah, making a living is secondary to living. Yeah. First, you need to live. Now, the good news is, if you stay indoors, this virus will blow over and burn up in the sun. That's assuming they stop dropping it on our heads. Now, there's a weird theory going on that I've put together. These three things have one thing in common. The government doesn't want to talk about them. That's where we begin our discussion tonight. Yeah. We're going to build a case that the government is simply doing the bidding of a group that they call the New World Order, that has already infiltrated our two-party system and controlled the higher-ups and forced them to do whatever they say. And they said they want to vaccinate us. And they want to put whatever they want inside of us without any oversight, scrutiny, or peer review, or even scientific study. This is that moment. You're looking at what appears to be typical human cells that are inside of vaccines. Many of the vaccines that we've received have had some of these in them, but they can put as much as they want in there. And these cells are carcinogenic. They're coming from the human embryonic kidney cell, from a little baby fetus. And these cells are then turned into a modified version, a mutant version of the SV40 antigen, which has been used to study cancer, but is also injectable in your body. Lo and behold, that's what their game plan is, along with putting RFID chips in your body. Smart dust. Yeah, can I help you? What's your question? I can't do that, sir. I can't have you ask me something. If you can't articulate a word within a 3 to 4 second period, you're not worthy of the call. But this is another process that we're scared by, and we're going, well, why don't they answer these questions at the CDC? They stonewalled a group of people that were asking for freedom of information so long that the group just sued them. And they won. The CDC now has to announce publicly that they don't have any proof that vaccines do not cause autism. So they want to stick us with this thing. Okay, Riley, let's make it a little faster. What's your question? I'm not sure if we have time for your question there, buddy. Okay, this just came in from Madhouse. He says the discovery of SV40 revealed that between 55 and 63, around 90% of the children and 60% of the adults in the U.S. were inoculated with SV40 contaminated polio vaccine. There you go. And you know something? I'm one of the lucky ones that didn't get it. Yeah, and I can attribute the fact that I'm still alive because I was born in 1960, right in the center of that whole thing. So viruses can be degraded with the sun. Bleach will take out a virus. Typically, these viruses will sit on a surface for up to 5 days. They have 5 layers of protein, these coronaviruses. Yeah, some people are really concerned that this stuff is has been produced in labs a long time ago. And I am very concerned. That's one of the reasons why I've been looking online. And I found a person online today with my hours of study who actually is desperate to get this message out. The problem is I don't speak French and I don't know what he's saying. Yeah, that's the problem. So as soon as I get Meow TV in, I'm going to have him listen to this guy's 22-minute video and get back to me. I know it sounds pretty funny, Rodney. I don't speak French. But he knows a lot more than you would imagine. You see this lettering right here, Brevet EP 1694829B1? That particular number represents the virus we're dealing with. It was created. Of course I don't speak Russian. Why do you think I speak Russian? Because I do accent? It's ridiculous. The bottom line is, this guy who's speaking in French is discussing something very important that I want to hear, and I can't get a translation of it. But he definitely got his message out there. This is the truth. The media doesn't want you to know. He's shocked to see that even people who don't know about this particular thing, it was developed by the French at the Wuhan coronavirus laboratories, according to him. Can I cross-check this with any references? No. Once we get a translation, we'll know what he's saying.
Ce soir, tous, j'insiste, vous pourrez les retrouver à la fin où je vais mettre les photos, des liens, et vous pourrez retrouver tous les éléments que je vais vous dire. C'est juste pour vous dire qu'on n'est pas là pour faire du buzz.
Okay, I can't make a single thing out of what he said. I've been working with my French and it's not working. Can you get some Castle Spanheim in these troubled times? Yeah, Jar Jar. I had a guy from Germany claim that he could lift the drawbridge on his castle and he'll be fine today. I think his name was Trollheim. And I told him my castle's better. Max is French? I will send you the link right now. That is wonderful. You speak 4 languages. Let us see what you can do. This is a very rare link, okay? Frenchmen talking about the origins of this virus. I went in there, man. I found this. I did some forensic analysis of that room, and I go deep into it. I paste it in a notepad, read all the scripts. I'm on it, man. Yeah, French virus. Check it out. Appreciate it. Take all the time in the world, 22 minutes, review it on your own, get back to me with any pertinent data. You can do it in your spare time tonight. Yeah, I really want to know what he's saying. Well, I can't produce a real-time translation for you unless you want to go word by word. Really? Okay, let's start with the initial portion.
On n'est pas là pour parler des illusions très graves.
Here we go. It's gone. Wow. Look at that. Did you get it? Did you get it? It's not funny, Madhouse. It's gone. Is it blocked in my region? Did you get it? That's the question. They claim it violated YouTube community guidelines. Wow, and we're not even broadcasting on YouTube right now. And they just knocked it off just now. Yeah. You did get it? It's a dead link? Wow. Huh. Okay, well there you have it. It's gone. Unbelievable. Lucky for me, if it pops up again, I'll look for it. Oh, we're watched all the time. They'll throw it right off the air. So we've uncovered the source. No, it's happening. We've uncovered the source just now on live TV. They're watching us, we're watching them, they knocked it off. I couldn't listen to a thing it said, but luckily there's a transcription of it. And luckily we have the name of the particular item. So let's go to that backups file, okay? Okay. He said initially in the room, he said, did you know, guys, SARS-CoV was invented by French scientists? Try searching for this in the link. Okay, so look, let's do that right now. There it is. So all you have to do is Google this, and you won't get the YouTube link, but you'll get the information. So Google that, see what you can come up with on your own time. Meanwhile, I'm moving on. Okay? We don't care at this point who created this virus. I'm not naming China, I'm not naming the US, I'm not naming the Mossad. We don't know who created it, but he had claimed the French worked with the coronavirus virology unit at Wuhan. All right? But you just saw censorship right under your nose, okay? Speaking of that, this is what we're dealing with here. So they want to put vaccines out, they want to inject us, they want to get us to be so frightened that of what's happening with the virus that we would just be willing to do anything. So taking a vaccine is the least of our worries, right? That's where they slip in the RFID chip and the cancer cells, which is fulfilling their goal of depopulation, right? Well, it just so happens we don't know what's in the chemtrails. So what if they were to be able to create the virus in a laboratory, which they do all the time? And what if they put them in vats, like big, huge blobs of crap? Yeah. And what if they decided to spray them on top of us? Because we don't know what kind of chemtrails are going on behind us, right? We have no clue. So, oh, I touched my face again. Sorry. I really want to just, there, that's better. Yeah. Did you find another one? You found the working link? Excellent. Popped up again? Excellent. That's what truth does. It always pops up.
L'heure est grave. L'heure est très grave. On nous dit la vérité. Quand j'allume ma télé, je suis pas si sûr.
Okay, Max. What did he say? He explains that this is not a hoax or a deliberate misinformation site. He says time is of the essence. Okay, let's move through this slowly. Max is going to give us some help right now. I'm going to load your information into a notepad. Okay? While you're talking. Let's go to the next level. And I want to thank all of you people at Periscope who are watching our show. I don't necessarily interact on Periscope. So if you guys are trying to reach me over there, it's because, well, I'm usually at coolrock.com, where we have 2 chat rooms. And that's also true with the new crowd of Insane Canadian. Welcome. Coronavirus is a big nothing burger. Okay, you're going to go to bed? Good night. Okay, good. And thanks for giving me some hearts, you guys. I can't read how many people are watching me on Periscope because I'm shadow banned. You're helping me deal with a lot of this censorship. You guys have been pretty loyal viewers, even though I don't know how many people watch our show. I look at it in the end, I see 200 people in there. Let's go to the next one.
Vous savez de quoi je parle? Est-ce qu'on va parler ce soir? Avant tout, je tiens à vous dire que tous les éléments que je vais vous donner ce soir, tous, j'insiste, vous pourrez les retrouver.
Okay, Max wants to put this on a notepad for us and send us via email. That would be awesome. Because I have a feeling we're onto something here. They don't want that out there. You saw it banned right in front of my eyes. they're pretty critical of anything that they don't want to see. So I don't want to risk being, banned on YouTube just for playing that little amount right there. So let's do it your way, and that would be awesome. He says all the elements will be provided at the end of this video. Okay, good. Well, I'll pick up where you left off, and if you want to send me whatever you can. Yeah, I turned it on, and I went to subtitles, but yeah, I tried to do that. Let me do auto-translate English. Well, it knows what I am, so let me just see if it'll auto-translate.
À la fin, où je vais mettre les photos, des liens, et vous pourrez...
No, it doesn't do it. Let me try to tell it to go to English.
retrouver tous les éléments que je vais vous dire. C'est juste pour vous dire qu'on n'est pas là pour faire du buzz.
Okay, we can do it. Thank you. You save yourself some time. Yeah. Is there a PDF you want me to watch? Thanks for that. Thank you. Translate this. Okay. All right, that's something different. Okay, we'll look at that too from French. Okay, let me just go ahead and go through this one by one and see what's going on here. We are not here to talk about the Illuminati. We are not here to talk.
On n'est pas là pour parler des Illuminati. On n'est pas là pour parler d'un complot. On n'est pas
We're
là
not here
on n'est pas
there
des
for a
complotistes,
plot.
on n'est
We
pas
are
des
not.
francs-maçons, on n'est pas
Freemasons is not at all there to incriminate anyone we are going.
du tout là pour incriminer qui que ce soit. On va juste essayer
Just quickly to try to tell you the truth about what we found then, when.
rapidement de vous dire la vérité sur ce que nous on a trouvé. Quand je dis nous, derrière,
I tell us behind there are 5 people who worked.
il y a 5 personnes qui ont travaillé d'arrache-pied pour
Hard work to give you the information you're going to have tonight.
vous donner les informations que vous allez avoir ce soir. Que vous nous
Whether you believe us or not, it's not a problem.
croyez ou pas, c'est pas un problème. Il y a tellement de vidéos qui sont fausses, ça nous dérange.
There are so many videos that are wrong, it doesn't bother us. Hey, well, I'm already intrigued, and without revealing any information right now, I'm going to take this right now and go to my 4K downloader, which I can get at CoolRock. Yeah, I loaded it, but if you ever want a really good downloader for your computer, we're going to go ahead and download that at the very least. It's not inside information. They were just getting this stuff was blasted over the airwaves this morning, and it got out, and we went to this. But if you really want to go to the past our chat rooms here, down here a little ways, you find these buttons that are really good downloaders. Here it is, download YouTube videos right here, 4K downloader. You click it, it takes you to the 4K downloader. It'll do it on the website. You don't have to even download it. But I have it downloaded, so I'm going to do that. So I'm going to go to 4K right now and just grab a copy of it while I can. Because they'll try to take it off right now. Seriously. They would not hesitate. I better hurry. It's a race against the gun of censorship. All right, thank you everyone for putting up with that. I'm just going to paste it in there and see what I can get. That valid link was not found on the clipboard. Okay. Let's try it again. There it is, parsing. Okay, so I'll get a copy of it at the very least. We can work with it later. I don't want to get kicked off of YouTube because I'm playing this, you know? I played less than 23 seconds combined, so I can do that. Meanwhile, it'll download it. Okay, let me show you something else that's going on. This is an image taken from Italy of what appears to be morgue trucks, all lined up, carrying bodies. That's so pathetically sad and unfortunate, but so many people have lost their lives in Italy. Nearly 3,000 people, I guess. Let's see. 2,978 people have died, and probably more to come, of course. And it's just a terrible picture, revealing the overwhelming nature of this virus and how it does take up all the services that are available. Baltimore mayor just said, "Hey, stop killing each other, people. You're taking up space in the hospitals that we need to fight this disease." Now, if you're a believer in this being a hoax, I actually respect your concerns, because it does seem like this has all been hype. I believe it's part hoax because they're hyping it so much. I don't have a crap story generated here at all. I'm not making this stuff up. This is all over the place, man. You guys who want to live with your head in the sand going, "Oh, it's all fake news," go right ahead. Feel free. But no, there's some aspects. There's some aspects that really make sense to this whole overwhelming problem. Again, these are the big problems we have because the government won't talk about this. The government won't test chemtrails. It won't test 5G network. It won't test the vaccines. We've shown you all kinds of clips earlier today about the dangers of Wi-Fi and even standing next to a microwave oven too close. But the government doesn't want to talk about that at all. The government won't even say to us that we shouldn't hold our cell phones next to our head because it will cause brain cancer. But the director of the World Health Organization said putting a cell phone near your head can contribute to brain cancer. But our government won't even tell us that? And they won't talk about the little skeletons in the closet right here. Well, that's where all the dirty work, that's where they want to build their little plan, the New World Order plan for our future, right there. In fact, we've constructed a website designed to talk about their big plan. That's weird. I'm locked up. Okay, here we are. These are the big questions we have right here. Depopulation clearly is the number one issue that they're pushing. I'm anti-New World Order, by the way, and I've constructed a unified conspiracy theory to bring all this together. I'm in the process of developing this idea for your mental understanding, because I personally believe there's something to this. They have the ability, the means and the operandi, modus operandi. They have the means and the operation, the methods to do this. If they want to get rid of people, and they've claimed they want to get rid of population, depopulation is a big thing for them. Their ultimate goal is to, eliminate various people on the earth. Like
we've got to stabilize the population. When I was born,
so what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff. But if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff. We're altering the climate and the world in so.
And ironically, our pollution that we create, our flatulence, even flatulence itself is not causing weather modification. They're dumping heavy metals in the sky that alter the weather. They want us to think it's our flatulence that's doing it because they really just want depopulation, because they can replace us with automation. I want that to kind of like sink in and for you to think about it, because I'm going to go back to the main site and get back, I'll go back to these subjects later. But I don't want to overwhelm you right now, because what I'm trying to do is develop a rationale for all of you to wake up and realize we got problems with the two parties. And that's exactly why we need a third party to fix this country. We can't do it alone, folks. As much as I try to do the show every night, I can't stop these psychos from controlling your future without your help. I don't have the power to do that. Houston, we've got a problem. So we are really kind of coming together for the one big goal of building this third party in the center of the political spectrum and taking on some of these big, tough subjects. Because believe me, the world got a lot more complicated than the old days for a lot of us. I grew up with one ringy-dingy phone, rotary phones when I was a kid. That's the most technology I had, and a TV set that I looked at. And it was in black and white when I was born. It was during my life that color came into existence. So I'm quite old, actually, when you think about it, but I've seen these changes happen, and we are now moving into a new generation where people stay at home and do more telecommuting. The possibilities are enormous for a lot of people.
Did you tell people my conspiracy theory?
No, I wanted you to talk about it. Sarah has a theory about the Democrats pushing this climate change thing and how it blends in, and you can certainly tell people what you think, Sarah. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to social distance over here.
I keep trying to social distance, but I come in through that door. I should really come
No,
in
that's
through
okay.
that door.
I'm not breathing on you.
Okay,
So
are you ready?
I'm breathing in this direction.
Okay, are you ready for me to take over, or are you...
You can take over and tell them your theory, because I like it. It dovetails into my theory fairly nicely. Although you don't have to agree with me.
His theory.
It's different.
His theory takes it to a whole nother level.
Yeah,
Mine is more like, everything's actually okay.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean...
Tell us what
two
you think
theories.
they're doing. Yeah.
One theory is, of course, like, if there's a virus going on, we're just trying to slow the spread of the disease so that it doesn't overwhelm the people who are sick, don't overwhelm the medical facility. That's, of course, like the kind of status quo theory. And then David was telling me all of his theories, which are quite different than mine today. But here's my theory, and I thought of this as like, he was like, it's created, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, my theory is that I think there's certain people who are really, really worried about climate change and about global warming or climate change. But they're like, we've got to do something. This is going to be so serious that it's impossible to ever come back. And that's going to happen in like 7 years. We've got to do something major now for climate change. And so one of those people, by the way, is Governor Jay Inslee, Washington State Governor Jay Inslee. So by shutting down the schools for 6 weeks, all of those people aren't driving their kids to school, and therefore we're helping combat climate change. That's my little theory. And another theory that ties in with the climate change thing, which goes with this social distancing. Like, see, even David said, oh, David and I have to practice social distancing even though we're in a relationship, right? So it's like, oh, well, with climate change, if people just stay home and don't have anything to do, well, they might start replicating more, and increased population would increase climate change, continue to increase climate change. So if we tell everyone you got to do social distancing and keep away from each other, then there will be less replication and we can combat this climate change. So anyway, that's my theory about if there's a conspiracy theory of like, is it really not real and they're doing something? I think that's the reason. But I mean, I really do think there's coronavirus and all that, but if there's not a coronavirus, the whole reason that they're doing this is to combat climate change. Not like they're going to hurt people or anything. Really, the world birth rate is down by 12% so far, Sarah? Since when? Sarah, most people are not staying at home with their kids. They have to work. Less hours maybe, but they have to work. And people want to get out of the house because even though they love their children, they might not want to be around them 24/7. You think by 2050 there will be a top out population of 11 billion, huh? No, obviously, that's not a real picture of me. You can see my gray hairs and all of my roots. That's totally not a real picture of me. Yes, I'm still going to work, but I can work in like basically isolation or at least 6 feet apart from people. Schools are closed there for 2 weeks. Schools are closed here for 6 weeks. But families can come and get a grab and go lunch. For students, yeah, their students can come and get a grab and go lunch. What are things that look like hot dogs? I don't know. Estimates say that if it continues to go down, the population will go down by 9 billion in 2100. Even with people living longer. The world birth rate's down by 12%. But since when, max out credit? Like 12% compared to what? Whatever. Maybe not the best picture of me. Thanks, Rodney. You're just waiting on the bunker in place order. Yeah. How many places have had that? Somebody told me that. Oh, yes. I have heard San Francisco has that. On the white little fluffy fur at the bottom. Yes, that's true. Oh, Mr. Bill, you can make applesauce and then freeze it. Okay, what was I going to... I was going to research San Francisco shelter in place. Has David talked about that? San Francisco, streets empty as San Francisco is ordered to shelter in place. Started midnight on Tuesday. Wow. You think so, 288? You might be right. You think it's just like a normal flu. It's not a worse. I don't agree with you, but the sick people are at the hospitals and they're not getting photographs taken. Hello, Mr. Kipling 55. My life is really good. How are you? Once I learned that I don't have to stay at home and shelter in place for 6 weeks, then I started to relax. How are the numbers rising so fast? Exponential growth. If 2 people visit 2 people, here, I'll show you. How are they? It's real simple. How are the numbers rising so fast? This is how. Washington Post has a corona simulator that shows you how.
Okay.
All right. I know what the health departments have reported, Chet Kelly. I know people who have had symptoms, but it hasn't.
Okay, thanks. I'll take care of it. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Bye-bye. All right, thank you.
Thanks. I guess David must have done an NBNL or something before. Max was at the hospital today, and most have not started the full COVID protocol, as the incubation period is 9 to 14 days till they see the effectiveness of the quarantine. You volunteered to help in the labs. Okay. All right. Do you want to see why the numbers are increasing so quickly? Is that still something you want to look at? Yes, that did happen, Xenu. Okay. For you, ATV Giraffe, I'm going to show you this great article that I just gave you a link to from Washington Post. I think it bears repeating. Now, this is not actual coronavirus numbers, but this basically, these graphs show you how exponential growth happens and how a virus can spread quickly, and why it's important to, as they say, flatten the curve. Okay. This is actually what it looked like as of March 13th in the US. The first case was reported on January 22nd. And by March 13th, there was 2,179 cases. As you can see, it was fine, you know, a week later. There was by February, let's see, 29, let's see, about a week later, there were only 5 cases. Then it doubled up to 12 cases. Then even then it was still at 12 cases. It doubled a little bit later. Oh, here we go. From the 19th, then it doubled to right around here. It went more than double up to 35 cases. And then it started this from 35 to 70 cases right around February 29th. So that was like 6 days it doubled. And then 6 days more, it not only doubled, it tripled. And then 6 days after that, you have 2,000 cases. So that is the real numbers, March 13th. This is called an exponential curve, and this is why they're worried. So if in a community of just 5 people, and all of the graphs I'm about to show you, the brown represents a sick person. These are all simulations of what they're calling a simulitis, but simulitis. And if in a sick people will be brown, blue people are healthy, and then if they recover, they'll be purple. So with 5 people, it's really one person sick, and then they end up getting all the people sick. And then sometimes, of course, they recover, but they might get someone else sick before they recover. But what happens if this similitis spreads in a town of like 200 people? So they're going to make one random person sick, and then notice there's a little curve above it. But this is a random town, 200 people, all moving in random movements all over the town. Notice how quickly all the people get sick. There's a couple, like one still healthy person. Yep, even that person got sick. So everybody got sick, but eventually everybody recovered. Well, in the similitis scenarios, there's nobody that's dying. They just get sick and then recover, because this is artificial, but it shows you how exponential growth works. Now, if they did a forced quarantine like Wuhan tried, the problem with it is that sometimes it might not go into effect soon enough, or someone might leave even though they're sick, or someone might go in that's healthy and then come out, and pretty soon it spreads. So quarantine does not always work out. It works for a little bit of the time, but then of course it goes right back up. This curve goes up. Now, this similitis is the next graph we're going to see is what happens when 1 out of 4 people move around and 3/4 or 75% stop moving around, doing what they're called social distancing. And notice the rate at which these people are getting sick is a lot slower than before. And some people actually stay healthy even at the end of the same time period, whereas of our first graph where everyone was sick. And then the last one would be, what if the majority of our people actually practiced social distancing and didn't talk to people, and didn't talk to people in person? And this is if 1 out of every 8 people moved around, if only 1 out of every 8 people moved. And you can see how flat that curve is, and how people are starting to recover, and how many people stay healthy. Well, I would say, Mr. Bill, a lot of what we're experiencing is also because the regular flu is going around, influenza is going around at the same time as this COVID-19. So it doesn't hurt to practice social distancing for both the regular influenza virus and for the coronavirus. I think it's a good practice in overall. And the big thing, so if we look at all of our graphs together, so this first one was if it was like everybody's moving around. The second one, they tried to put in a quarantine, but then it failed. The next one is just with social distancing, and the last one was with excessive social distancing. And so what if hospitals had enough beds for about right here, right? Well, the problem is that hospitals can be overwhelmed with treating people with these with these symptoms, and that's a big issue, because most of the people who get this virus will eventually recover. But the emergency services are being overwhelmed with people who are either, worried that they're going to get it, or have flu-like symptoms, or so. I think it really is about It really is about just helping the hospitals not get overwhelmed. All right. I know a lot of you in here are different than me and maybe have different viewpoints, which is fine. Okay, maxed out credit is repairing and fixing respirators all day, every day. Wow. At the hospital, he says we're getting ready for recurring infections. I don't think hospital workers can take pictures of sick people. That would be an ethical violation of people's privacy. You could absolutely be right, Miss Anthropy. Absolutely. He thinks everyone's being put on lockdown nationwide because cities want extra money that they can only get if the pandemic is declared. Before March 20th, there was certain funding put forward by I believe it was the IMF. It was put aside for a global pandemic, and then if the global pandemic didn't happen, so all the cities want that money, and so that's a possibility. But I think another possibility is that if it's not happening, maybe this is their attempt to do a big push to curb climate change. Of course that's not real. Of course not. That's not a real picture. And if you post that again, you will be banned. They've ordered 120 respirators for a hospital. No, of course not. And if you refer to that, you will be banned. Italy looks real, yep. And San Francisco has a shelter-in-place order. Good to hear, Cranky Beans. Is it good advice to stay indoors or go outside to get some fresh air? Just maintain distance. Our school district is advising people to go outside and get some fresh air. Just maintain a safe distance from people. I think that's great advice. David thinks that it's being spread through the air and therefore you should stay indoors. I don't think so. I think it's really fresh air is really good for people. Yeah, I don't think so. 288. Are you telling me all those corona victims did not Twitter? They're keeping it top secret? No. Good. 491. Go outside. Go for a walk on a beach, or there's some really great trails to walk on. Your state parks sometimes require a parking fee, but there's just some incredible places. Yeah, I know David's commanding you with that, and I disagree with him. Yeah, you could go outside, go metal detecting if you have a metal detector. I don't know, Daryl. Why do you say 60 when it started? You had the cold in January. Now, in retrospect, do you think you had a coronavirus? That's great, Max Out Credit. Sleep and exercise are very good. Biking has started. The days are getting longer. It's been some really great weather where we're at. These last few days have just been gorgeous. Every single day have been just gorgeous days. Max Tiro Campus thinks it's more of a giant capitalist virus than communist. Ah, yeah. Good job, 491. He's like, I'm a custodian in elementary school in California. I've got TP. Well, from my understanding, the coronavirus is different than a common cold influenza virus, because influenza virus mutates, or it is based on DNA replication of the virus, whereas with coronavirus is based on RNA replication of the virus. Slow Mode says corona is the type of virus. Technically, the cold is one. And Misanthropy says technically everything on this planet has had a coronavirus. No. You always said you would never take your job home with you. Now they're making you work at home. Okay, I'm going to look at Harvard Health. Coronavirus Research Center. This is updated March 18th, which is today. So I'll share this with you. The rapid spread of the virus that causes COVID-19 has sparked alarm worldwide. The World Health Organization has declared this rapidly spreading coronavirus outbreak a pandemic and many countries are grappling with the rise in confirmed cases. In the US, the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, is advising people to be prepared for disruptions to daily life that will be necessary if the coronavirus spreads within communities. Below, you'll find answers to a number of questions about coronavirus and COVID-19. We'll be adding new questions and updating answers as reliable information becomes available. What is coronavirus? What is COVID-19? What are the symptoms? What can I do to prevent myself and others from getting coronavirus? How can I prepare myself and my family for possible quarantine or isolation? What should I do if I feel sick? If a loved one gets sick, how can I care for them? What do phrases like community spread and social distancing mean? Questions about coronavirus or COVID-19? Click here. Okay, there's a lot we don't know about the novel coronavirus that's shutting down the world, but we do know this. The sick, the elderly, the immune compromised are particularly at risk. If you or a loved one fall into this category, there are some things that you can do to help keep COVID-19 at bay. It starts with situational awareness. No, the military flights on our island have not increased recently. In fact, the Department of Defense, as far as I know, doesn't allow. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll ask David. I am paying attention. Oh, here's general questions. What is coronavirus? Coronaviruses are extremely causes of colds and other respiratory infections. No, it doesn't mean that our military is infected. It's because they want the military to be healthy. I hope we all make it through. So you're helping out at the hospital even though you have a compromised immune system, maxed out credit? Yeah, you're right, Mad Dog. That is true. Zoom, Skype, Google Meet. Google Meet is the only problem with Google Meet is like they don't have administrative control. Like, so the person that starts the meeting can't go in and like mute their students. I think Zoom can. Zoom is making it free for, I think, all educators at least through the closure period. I have seen that. It's expensive, but they're making it free. Google Meet is free for people that have Google accounts. I know you hate Google. That's okay. They gave you a lab and a negative pressure bench. No sneezing with the coronavirus. That's good to know. Or the flu. No runny or stuffy nose. Or it's rare. I do have a laptop, yeah, from work. Here it is, Cambridge Core, what we publish, textbooks. That's what you wanted to share with me. This is really, that's a really good picture. I'm gonna keep that. Thanks, Max Out Credit. I think I'd like to download that or upload that. Is it okay with you if I download it and maybe post it to Facebook or something? Cambridge University Press is making higher education textbooks in HTML format free for access online during the coronavirus outbreak. Over 700 textbooks published and currently available. They're available regardless of whether textbooks were previously purchased. Wow, that's very cool. Thank you. And did I see this? That's very cool. Thanks for you, money. Cisco has a free webinar software that can host up to 75 people. That's good to know. Oh, was it a cat jumping into a tank? Is that what that is? Oh no! That is pretty funny. That's cute. Oh gosh, poor cat. Poor wet cat. Soaking wet cat. Free. Try reading. I could definitely say I heard quite a few people coughing before this, you know, but it could have been just the common cold. Sorry. Sarah, does David print to PDF for all his news articles? I'm going to start doing that to create a database of this dystopian society in case anyone ever dares question you. You will direct them to the files. That's a great idea. No, I don't think David has. I don't know if we want to do that. Now he'll get a 8 terabyte drive dedicated to all of his print to PDF files. Do I want to tell David about that? I'll let you tell him about it. People do need to wash well. Ah, that's good. Wait, yesterday while social distancing, this is from Mr. Bill. He was at a state park in Jerome. He paid the entrance fee, asked the ranger inside Douglas Mansion if local places were closing due to the virus. He flashed him an odd look and said he didn't know. And then about 20 or 30 minutes later, he came upstairs to the exhibits. He had said, "Are you guys the only one there?" And he answered, and then he said, "You need to leave." And he whisked him downstairs. He said, and then, Mr. Bill asked, "Are all the state parks closing?" He said, "No, it's because we have a gift shop." It all felt very odd. They were not refunded his money, booted out, and on the way, driving through town in Jerome, quite a number of tourists with kids not in school were walking in, and quite a number of tourists not in school were walking in and out of stores and shops. Okay, this is what do ISPs still give you access to news groups for free? Possibly. I don't know how many people use the news groups anymore, but True Blue, I finally see you. Oh, sorry. Oro Wilson. That's the problem. I have 3 places I'm broadcasting on, but I don't watch all of their chat, and then people come in and they try to chat with me and I'm not in there, so then they leave. Just the 2 of us, True Blue. And I'm talking to people at Vaughn Live, iVlog, Twitch, DLive, and Periscope. No, Bengalitis, no. Just to increase the his beauty, but David already is beautiful. I know, IRC is fun. I'm glad you're using a VPN with it. When you switch to a VPN that has a good kill switch, so if your VPN gets disconnected, it should be safe. Okay. Just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try. Just the 2 of us. You and I. Hello, Rolo, by the way. You got an OnlyFans? Do I? No? I tried. I have some fans, but I'm always trying to find more. Not for myself, but for David Sponheim, who's running for president in 2020. I do. Actually, the thing is, Rolo BTW over at Twitch, there was a network error. Maybe you can still see me. Michael Jackson did all of his plastic surgery in order to try to look like me. This is my natural look. Yeah, I can open it for him. For it to have some kind of thing like that on it, really, Misanthropy? It has to have a disclaimer like that on the front of it? That's a little odd. This is pretty good, very steady, and a lot of real estate to see things. True Blue 2020 likes to watch us over at D Live. Yes, True Blue 2018 at Vaughn Live is D Live 2020 at D Live. All right. I don't know where your mind's at, but I say positive, nice things to people. That's what I do with my mouth. Ah, I love fries. You finally figured it out. It is you. That's a good comeback, Misanthropy. And, oh, that's good. DLive allows you to chat from an iOS. Well, they might be something wrong here, but they don't have to be. Ah, Awesome Carl Show, The Economist. How are you doing? No, I use my brain to do a lot of thinking, if that's what you're talking about. I have a large head because I do a whole lot of thinking. Over at Twitch, they're talking about me thinking, I think. Not well? You're losing your fortunes in your 401k? Oh, you know, it's funny. I must be invested in the right things. Because, well, I didn't check the stocks today. But I did not check the stocks the whole time. I just said, whatever I have, I'm going to sit on it. And then yesterday I said, I want to buy some things. I'm still going to sit on what I have, but there's certain things I want to buy. And so I logged into my account and I was up more than I had been previously. So I think it's strange, but in a good way for me. I'm not going to trust anything you send, Zeno, since you posted that other picture earlier. Oh, I think I accidentally closed out of Twitch. Oh, that's a good idea, of carton and paper companies. Ah, but the Dow has dropped below 20,000. I don't know what that is. I don't know. But, you know, yeah, I would say fake art, awesome Carl. Here's the thing. You just have to realize that in comparison to what the market is doing, that you are probably doing just fine. Like, the whole market is down, right? Like, huge. 10,000. So, that's a huge percentage loss. Like a third. So if you've lost a third, even if you've lost a third, it's, in comparison to the market, that's not bad. Ah, thanks for watching me on DLive instead. Metanemesis and Misanthropy and True Blue. And I don't know about Twitch. I might go off of Twitch and back on because it seems to not be working. No, I guess it is. David would never, ever, ever do that. Something. Fire. Okay. But 500 shares of Kruger, $22 a share on Monday, 28 today. Nice. I was thinking Kruger might be a good one. That's true. I was thinking of something. I didn't. I bought a couple things yesterday, but yeah, Bitcoin. I'm not gonna spend 5,000. Yeah, at a time. Oh, that is interesting. Vaughn Live requires Google enabled in order to watch video, but you can chat without it.
Oh, thank you. Okay, we're all set. Limited exposure outside. So that's good. Sarah's she's a stock person. She plays the stock market.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a tad.
Nothing to make a big difference in my life.
Exactly. You know, I had a theory, by the way. I wanted to tell you that if you are seeing success at all, any of you, in the stock market, you might want to realize that you made the right choices because other people made those same decisions, and for some reason, those stocks are doing well. So congratulations. Big round of applause for all the big winners.
This is one of the reasons I haven't bought this stock.
Yeah.
But maybe I should.
What's a 5-week prospectus on that? How is it done over the past 5 weeks? Because that's really the telltale
really
sign
slow.
of
I don't know why it's like
slow.
Yeah.
I think the internet's slow. We're running 5 streams
it must
at the same
be
time.
all of these links.
Let's get rid of a few. I'll do right now. I'll take over. You take a break. Your dinner's on the stove.
Some people are watching at DLive and
Cool. Thank you. Hey, True Blue. I made you a half of a, or 3/4 of a salmon burger with
KP is Kruger.
sweet potatoes and veggies.
Okay, thank you.
And lots of good turmeric, and I put a little pepper in there too. I learned tonight from someone that if you eat turmeric, you should always eat pepper with it, even if it's white pepper, because it helps lock the body's beneficial nutrients in your system.
If
you eat turmeric with pepper, it locks it into position.
Okay.
And I'm urging people to eat ginger and garlic, as well as vitamin C and vitamin D. I've been pushing a regime out there across the globe on this Corona pandemic site all day long. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, so I don't mind a little pepper. I'm just not a big pepper fan, Thank you. Oh, where is he? Which Rodney are you referring to? Did you see one here? I saw one earlier, but has he still done that? You recommend you go every day, you undergo a 3 to 5 day Johnny Walker black cleanse? Well, there you go. 3 to 5 days. So every 3 to 5 days, you just hit the bottle really hard and just burn it through your system? Well, let me tell you, buddy, you got one heck of a point there, did? That seems completely illogical. Why would you want to poison yourself to get rid of a virus? Oh, I get it. Yeah, see, they've been doing that in Iran, and they've had a real problem. They got into some bad bootleg liquor, and they killed themselves. A lot of people died that way. It's not going to kill the virus if you just douse yourself. It just weakens your system. You're on day 2 now? Okay. Well, maybe it's working for you. You be the human guinea pig, but I'm not sanctioning that as a test 1 trial of alcohol. We found an excellent way to stop the virus, but it's not alcohol. There are 36 ways to leave your lover. There's 50 ways to leave your lover, but that was a Paul Simon song. before your generation. 3 generations before your generation. 50 ways to leave your lover. So I'm going to look right now at my little Flipboard, which has all of my economic information I need. And if you haven't checked it out, this has got all of our links that just keep pouring in. I call it Link Corona. And you can get the link Corona right there. Link Corona. Check it out. You'll find all the information on the economic collapse ensuing as a result of Donald Trump's horrible mistakes. Oh, no. Donald Trump has done nothing but great things for the government and helped everything. More jobs, except everyone's out of work in a homeless tent city. And more income for everyone, even though you're broke. Yeah, are you losing the Trump branding yet? Have you lost it? You only have another 1,500 points for it to go bye-bye. The stock market being so close to 20,000, just dipping below, has put it in a very vulnerable place where anything is possible. Yeah, I think it'll get down to 18,000 before the buy-in period, but I'm still a little worried. The dip I saw today got into the 18,000 range and then it came back up again. Play this. Okay. Let's reinvent government. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. You mean you finally brought that back? My videos, sanctioned by me. Let's do this. Let's check it out. This is 1980 something, I think, or 2008. Oh, you found it. You actually went to the archives, because I was saying, gee, I have all those on a backup hard drive, and you actually went and found my early stuff. Let's take a look. People are saying we need to reinvent government. And the experts are saying that a third-party candidate cannot win a presidential election. That's what the experts are saying. They're saying that the system is stacked against a third-party candidate reinventing government. And they're saying that you, the people, don't have the ability to change our government. I don't think that's right. I think we need to change our government. We need a third party, and we need to reinvent government. Something that this country needs more than anything is to get people who are competent into their position where they can actually help people in need. And I'm going to make that happen. I'm David John. I endorse this message. Good set tone in and out. Yeah, just boom. Hey, thank you for finding that. That's the best thing I've seen in a long time. Myself. Helping the government back in the old days, trying to help you all. You know, it's so hard to put this in perspective, but we've literally had our country hijacked by the two-party system for the past, well, definitely 30 or 40 years. I can't think of a strike against the two-party system in 60 years, actually. So we really never had a representative in the middle of the political spectrum that could find a pathway, and I have found that pathway. I will not press for gun control ever, which pleases a lot of people on the right. I won't push agendas like allowing Planned Parenthood to just have a free reign and sell baby body parts, or put all kinds of genetically modified baby body parts in our food or in our vaccines. I won't allow that. Yeah. So I'm basically against Planned Parenthood in that respect, and I won't give them funding, except we will provide condoms for people who want to provide protection for their body, and maybe even body condoms will come on board, where you get into a plastic outfit and say, hey, I really like you, but I know we could be infecting each other with the coronavirus, and I don't want to really kiss you, so could I just wear this body rubber over me and we could talk? That'll be the next thing. Big, huge body rubbers. But in the meantime, what I'm proposing is a capitulating a little bit to the right with those two issues, and then telling you people on the left, we got a better way to fix this problem than cap and trade legislation, which the people on the right, the people on the right don't like. Yeah, my left is your right. It's kind of like driving the opposite side of the road in the UK. I could drive it like a pro.
No time to dive rehearsal.
I'm an excellent driver. Definitely Kmart. David, my biggest question is how special interest funding will you take? Vinny, I'm not planning on taking any I haven't taken any money up to this point from special interest, so I'm not going to take any special interest money. There's no quid pro quo here. I won't be doing pay for play like butt gig. I want to see my campaign video too. I know. I've been too busy with the coronavirus to actually dedicate any time other than the daily 24/7 show that I'm moving toward rather rapidly. I'm expanding my horizons and giving you guys more video pleasure and entertaining hours of nonstop fun. That's what I'm doing. I've got so many campaign videos out there. If you can't figure it out by now, you never will. Wow, let's take a look. Old versus new. Old Dave, 12 years ago, and the new, brand new, biogenically altered Dave, with the smile that is generic, like all the other press-on veneers. Okay, let's take a look at the comparison. Wow, not bad. Old versus new. I don't know. I'm liking new. It's a sporty new protect your eyes from the coronavirus look. I analyzed these glasses and they don't release any air at all, hardly. There's like just a teeny sliver. It fits my eyes perfectly. I have a link to the old one, yeah. Well, you can still use it. You know, it's not obsolete, but I can't endorse it. I have to have it within 5 years, but it's still within the record of using, yeah. Can you post your old commercial? I could, but I'm not going to. The problem is, during the transfer, when the hard drive was wiped out, the operation turned into a digital operation, handled mostly through CGI records. David, you want to play Warzone? No, not with you especially. You've never gotten along in this room. Are you starting to loosen up about your love of Trump, which you claim you don't love? I do seem different, altered in many ways. My new self seems so much better and more normal like me. You see how easy and natural I talk? Using voice smoothing technology, I'm able to actually sound just like David. You're so funny. You crack me up. You know, I really should just do the show instead of looking at the chat, I should just look at myself. I think it'd be better. It'd be better for me. I could have the chat delivered to me in other ways, through other orifices. Yeah, like I could have an audio piece doing voice to text. You have now been violating our chat law. You have been removed. Beep. I spoke too soon. Okay, let's take a look at what's happening, because I've had enough time just processing all this. Sarah went over a couple of the traits that you would expect to have if you do catch this rare disease that everyone's freaking out about. Fever. You could have a common coronavirus. It's rare to have a fever with a cold. That's good to know. But you can sometimes have fatigue with a cold and coronavirus and the common flu, like influenza. You know, technically a cold is the flu. So I don't know why they keep putting those in separate categories, but whatever. Cough definitely is common, usually dry with the coronavirus. That's very suspicious. So that's your first sign if indeed you are suffering from that. Mild cold, and rarely, it's common, usually dry with the flu too, so you could have the flu. Isn't it ironic that the same exact symptomology for both corona and then the flu? Yeah. Sometimes you have aches and pains, but it's common with the flu. Rare. So there's really no characteristic at all that sets coronavirus from the regular flu. Except maybe a headache. No, it's common with the regular flu. Okay, if you have sometimes shortness of breath, that could either be the pneumonia too. That doesn't even cover pneumonia. Oh, this is getting complicated. In other words, they don't know whether you have the flu or the coronavirus. And we found out today from this Twitter feed, which is shocking in and of itself, Wait a second. Is this really Oprah? Oh yeah, she did say this one time. I remember this. But I don't think I can play it online because it would be deemed hate speech. Yeah, I'm not gonna play it because I can't allow hate speech on the show. Yeah, that would be wrong, very wrong. You want to be in the UK? No, well, you're not allowed here. David, they found the cure to the virus. The emergency is over. It's just a cleanup process. Things will now return to normal. Buy low price stocks. Yeah, buy low price stocks. Yeah, there you go. Sarah was into stocks. You know, I just don't want to, you know, I keep thinking there's another breakaway layer to the ledge of the stock market. Sure, you've been holding on for dear life to your tech stocks and those medical stocks that you know are going to withstand the test of time. But then there's that next ledge. It's the money markets. Now pull more stocks down if the money markets start to tumble. We're not done yet. Remember, all of our system is based on Donald Trump's bullshit. All right? Now, you know and I know that can't last forever, right? All right. The stock market in the Nikkei is plummeting right now. That's correct. They're going to have a lot of problems with the coronavirus. We're not going to reach the crest of this till probably another couple weeks. Right now, most of the country right now is reeling from the, oh my gosh, we got to stay in one place. We better do that. Now you got to stick to it. And Sarah showed you with that manipulative, that online mathematical tool, she showed you how important it is to stay where you are. Now, the more you move around, you're a moving object, you can spread disease. So that's why many of you are out of work right now. Sorry to say. No, I think Donald Trump really is responsible for the entire stock market problem because he's the one who owned it and said, oh, everything's doing so well. I just want to say I'm the reason it's doing so well. Well, that's called taking responsibility for it, okay? Yeah, he's responsible because he claimed it was doing so well. Now he owns it, okay? We're going to give him everything above 18,000 is his responsibility. Oh, you found another one. Nice. Thank you. Everything above $18,000 is his responsibility, or 18,000 points is his responsibility, because we acquired Donald Trump right around that time. When I say we, I mean the Russians. Excuse me, I'm not representing Moscow. That is Vladimir Putin's job. It is not my place. I have no status in Moscow politics. No affiliation whatsoever with Moscow politicians. David, I found the funniest thing. Reddit's Collapse forum is saying stocks will go down 90%. That's bullcrap. No, we'll tip down to about 60%. People are still going to Costco, man. 60% is what we're probably going to rest out, and then we'll have to be borrowing money and figuring out how to deal with this without having to borrow the money that Trump and the Democrats have done. Biden and the Democrats are both full of borrowers and spenders. David, lots of activity here at the Wuhan hospital. Okay, let's take a look at that. Thank you. We've been doing a 6-hour show before we even started our broadcast, so I'm kind of getting into a new routine. It's difficult. I must say, it's you know, I don't normally do 12-hour shows a day, but now that I'm expanding my time and keeping everybody interested, it's almost impossible. Well, let's be clear. New activity. Oh, more digging. Yeah. I wonder what they're putting in all those medical vats. You know? Arab music playing? I can't hear it. No. I'm not. I don't take drugs, Rodney. I'm not like people like, well, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I do caffeine. I do 100% pure Colombian coffee. Okay, let's take a look. New activity. You know, I have a feeling since they don't have an incinerator there, you have to assume they've got a meat grinder, right? I don't mean to be so heartless, but seriously, what are they doing with the bodies? Everyone knows you have to handle the body in some way or fashion. I'm not sure. I mean, are they integrating that into Soylent Green? People, Soylent Green is people. Show the channel post for everyone that missed it. Oh, yeah. Okay, here you go, everybody. This is kind of laying the whole vaccine industry on its ass. Yeah, this leaked memo is actually in the record. And in it, it talks about how they wanted to distribute the vaccine lots across multiple states so people wouldn't notice, won't notice when a bad batch causes SIDS. This is back when SIDS was a problem. The vaccine industries never wanted to take the hit for any childhood sudden infant death syndrome. They never wanted to claim that they ever had anything to do with it. So here the vaccines were triggering SIDS the day after a kid had the vaccine, and our vaccine industrial oversight is the CDC. And they've been doing everything they could to cover that up. And this document, this government document, is internal correspondence, them telling all their people, spread it out among the states so that nobody, so that no one will notice it. Really bad. Thank you for that. I hope that clarifies that the CDC is not exactly to be trusted. You will now have the link. CDC is not honest. Beep. Yeah, there you go. I'll give that to you guys over there at iBlog. Okay, let's see what's going on in D-Link. No buffering. True Blue liked it. It's a good steady sync on your phone. Very light, little latency. So we're getting really good results from our video over at DLive.tv. Yeah, so we're first time over there. We're kind of encouraging people, if they have problems getting into the internet, try this one. It might work. Yeah, I think you have to sign up to their program to do it, but it's a pretty good signal, especially on a tablet. It manages it very well. Yeah, CoolRock's great. I'm thinking of using D-Link instead of iBlog over there. But I'll still try to keep iBlog's chat open, but I'm having a hard time with figuring that out right now. So yeah, and DLive is Google free, and it's not. You are watching the DLive. Excellent, Miss Anthony. It's not as exactly. It's not a. It's obviously HTML5. It's doing extremely well, way better than Vaughn, and it's not in any way working Flash that I know of. So I was wondering what they did with all those 3,000 people from the Princess Cruise. There were 7 deaths on the Diamond Princess, by the way, from the coronavirus. I don't know how many people in Oakland have been displaced, but this is a Marietta hotel building turned into a quarantine facility. Wow. Thanks.
New at noon, federal officials have taken over a mostly empty hotel in Marietta, and right now they are quickly turning it into a quarantine center for coronavirus patients. Rebecca Schramm is on site.
A lot of people here in Marietta know this building as a hotel, most recently a Radisson here in the Franklin Gateway corridor. It's about to be used in a whole different way.
Fences are going up quickly around the property on Parkway Place in Marietta. Federal agents have taken over operations. They're securing the building and getting it ready as a quarantine site for coronavirus patients. Marietta city officials tell me the feds initially will use this facility for people currently housed at Dobbins Air Reserve Base, many who came from the coronavirus-tainted cruise ship Grand Princess. Eventually, the former Radisson Hotel will be used to house people who've tested positive for the virus but do not currently need medical attention.
Just making everybody nervous here, honestly.
Waleed Jarasi owns a shopping center right next to the hotel. He's concerned for the well-being of patients who will be brought here, but he's also concerned about his tenants who are nervous knowing the coronavirus will be so close.
So far, I received over 20 calls from different businesses. It's going to hurt us tremendously. I mean, people already getting nervous.
Still, the property is a good fit for something like this. We've learned it has more than 200 rooms. In Marietta, Rebecca Schramm, CBS 46 News.
New at noon, federal.
Yeah, congratulations to True Blue 2020. You are now our moderator if you want to be it over at dlive.tv. Thank you. Okay.
Take 7 action.
Introducing the new Land Rover Defender.
Oh, the Defender. I can't play that. There's strict rules about playing monetized videos. Coronavirus has triggered all kinds of things. Shortages. Our government is now engaged in a new plan to build up its defenses against this war against a virus, really. It's not like we need to attack another country that's a name and blame at this point. We just have to deal with the virus. That's priority number one. So the Trump has invoked a Cold War relic, a Defense Production Act. The Defense Production Act is for shortages, and bowing to increased pressure to do so, Trump announced Wednesday that he would use a law dating back to the early days of the Cold War to address some serious shortages of supplies needed for responding to the coronavirus outbreak in the U.S. He says, I only signed the Defense Production Act to combat the Chinese virus. Should we need to invoke it in the worst case scenario in the future? Hopefully there will be no need, but we are all in this together. And what that might mean is it's positioning the government's ability to actually, hours later, he signed an executive order formalizing that decision to ensure that our healthcare system is able to surge capacity and capability and respond to the virus. He says it's critical that all medical resources are needed to respond to it rapidly. So the move was welcomed by one expert in the law. Jeff Bailos says they should have done this days ago. Who was in charge of the Pentagon's use of the Defense Production Act during the Clinton administration? Is this nirvana? No, but I think given where we are, I think this is a useful set of tools that is used in the right hands could be effective. It originated from the War Powers Act of World War II. I know what you're all thinking is, how does this affect me? Who will be in charge of implementing the boost and output of masks and ventilators? In the executive order, Trump delegates his authority to carry out the law to the Secretary of Health and Human Services with respect to the health and medical resources needed to respond to the spread of the COVID. Alex Azar is directed to consult with Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross. Wow, that's going to leave Mike Pence out. You think Mike Pence can handle that? Well, I think so. NPR. Great, thank you. Good night, Max. Are you going to bed? Take care, man. And you got things on Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine, Trump invoked. Yeah, thank you. Good. We'll look at that one too. And we'll get to the total loss of life up to this point and really measure it compared to the annual, like we normally lose 2,000 people in America per month of the flu. So, I mean, we're going to really wonder if this is something we should overreact to. I really believe it comes down to, will the flu slow down fast enough for us to stop overreacting? That's really the question. Oh, big fan. How you doing, man? Well, you've got a moderator in the room, True Blue 2020, who's going to make sure that you don't crap on our room, Rodney, like you were doing over at Vaughn. Now, we saw you over there messing around, so good luck. True Blue will deal you a ban if necessary. Yeah, you're on your best behavior, buddy. Ghislaine Maxwell, the alleged madam of Jeffrey Epstein, has not testified at all. She even wants Jeffrey Epstein's estate to pay the legal costs for her to defend herself in any cases she encounters. She's still milking off Jeffrey Epstein. He does have a lot of money now that he's living again over at... you heard me. He's alive. Jeffrey Epstein is alive. I know. Hard to believe, isn't it? I'm probably the only person online who will tell you that because everyone else is so brain dead. But it doesn't take a genius to realize that this is a case of He doesn't match the guy who died. Yeah, any moron would tell you that's not the nose of Jeffrey Epstein. That's not the ear of Jeffrey Epstein. That's not a bruise that a person who commits suicide would have. Why did Michael Baden even sign off on that initially? David, I still think we don't need to set limits, item limits. That would still make us like a communist. I don't think so. How many of you think that if we set a limit of 2 toilet paper bulk rolls per day, that's like 48 rolls per day, is a communist move? Press 1. And you can do that. Stop it, Whammy. Anyone think it's a communist move to set a 48 roll limit per day? T. Tommy thinks it's communist to set a 48 roll limit per day. Rodney from Oak Harbor? Really? Groucho thinks it's a communist to set a 2. So you really think that we should never set limits on anything and we should just let the shelves clean out? Well, lucky for you, Donald Trump's ineptitude will give you a chance to see a gutted city with nothing on the shelves soon. Yeah, congratulations. You'll get what you deserve. I almost touched my face. The touch. So let's see what's going on with Ghislaine. She probably got a phone call from Jeffrey. Hey, Ghislaine, I love you. I can't be with you right now. I want to be soliciting new people. I want you to work again. Jeffrey Epstein's alleged Madam Ghislaine Maxwell has sued his estate for coverage of legal bills, security costs, and costs for safe accommodations, according to court papers. Well, why doesn't she just sue him for the Taj Mahal and ownership of the island too? Jeez. The disgraced British socialite, who has been hiding, says she worked for Epstein from 99 through at least 06, and he promised Maxwell that he would support her financially. That's what he promised all the 15-year-old girls, too. She believed it? Okay. Well, it's another one. Maybe she's just a victim, kind of like the Nixivium group of people that are all interconnected with this whole thing. Maybe they're all just victims of manipulation by some pervert, you know? Think about it. All those, maybe it's the Me Too, Ghislaine Maxwell generation. She's a victim. No, she willingly participated in the solicitation of minors for sex. She needs to go somewhere, a civil court for starters. Yeah, whatever. Good luck. Anyway, we're done. She can talk to Jeffrey himself. He's waiting for her at the clinic. Okay, we're back at you. Let's get back to the coronavirus room where everything's going on. People are freaking out worldwide, and I was one of them, just watching all this stuff. I listened to a woman named Kate McKenzie somewhere, I don't know where, but she said people were dying, being shot right nearby. So I go in here and I just press Control A and Control C, and then I go to my notepad and hit Control V, and boom, I've got it. So I haul it over here. This just takes a snapshot of the group of people that are, you know, saying things at any given time. Let's take a quick peek and see what people are saying. 'Cause you never know. I mean, it's like a spot check. Make it big enough for you to read it with me. Okay. Singapore, good recovery. They, the most early country, get a lot of cases. COVID, but the case is not growing too fast. Good job. Look at that. COVID is looking like it's slowing down in Singapore. That's just based on one person, of course. We can't verify this. China needs to say sorry for this. Yeah, a lot of people think it's China's fault. China says it's the U.S. Army that did this. China lied about the cases. Now the world is suffering. You can thank China for this. Yeah, China did lie about the cases. Dow futures are down 900 for tomorrow. The big thing is China allowed a bioweapons lab to exist for 3 years after the World Health Organization said don't do that, not near a populated area, and they refused to let the World Health Organization come in to do checks when the virus started spreading, and they stonewalled the whole thing and acted like the doctor who reported it was guilty, and he ended up dying. Yeah, could be. Who's to blame for this pandemic? I don't know. Yeah, people are saying RIP when there's death in a country. Yeah. So there's a lot of people who like to hit the RIP and just cut and paste. And they do the cut and pasting all the time. But they're just saying they're really upset that the numbers are climbing on the page behind me. Yeah, I think a lot of people are really intimately involved with the numbers and the whole seriousness of the illness and the fact that there's a couple strains out there, not just one. And by the way, our CDC has not announced that yet. To this day, they haven't even announced it. That's how out of it they are. I feel that these are not real numbers. Yeah, I think they're too low. I think China, by the way, China's numbers have not moved in 2 days. So China's not updating it at all, meaning there's something they're hiding. That's a fact that we have to grapple with. Let's take a quick look here. Yeah, China has the same number of dead, 3,237. And now Italy is coming up on 2,978. Closing in on China because China hasn't updated anything, which is crazy. Showing their guilt. I mean, that alone shows their guilt. David found out I was a black guy. I never ever ignored you because you're black. Ain't no reason why I never ignored you, man. I had you for some sort of Italian guy because you said you knew the mob. Y'all said you were one of the made men, the good fella. I thought you were Italian. That's what I was saying, man. Captain Howdy, oh no, Greek women don't like. I don't care. Nor do I care about anything here. Other than the terrible thing that I'm reading right now. I care about the whole thing. But, guys, we will die. A video worth watching. Can coronavirus transmit online? No. Can it transfer through the air? Probably. They say don't stand within 9 feet of somebody who sneezes, but I have the question. Many of you with a logical mind might ask that question. If something is so small that it takes an electron microscope to look at it, don't you think it might move in the air? Like float like a dandelion weed? I've been saying that to people, and it's like, use your logic. You know what I'm saying, man? Just think about it. It's gonna float, right? So you're walking around floaters, okay? Thank you. Thank you, David. So realize it's all around, man. When you got a sneezer around, they're pushing it. So you got to protect yourself. Don't be going around. Don't be walking into jet streams. There's more than fear in the air. There's a possibility that this really is being sprayed on us. I hate to say it, but yeah. Fear is in the air. Do. Oh yes. Let's do that. Let's spray Fountain of Youth water and the applause. That'll be great. Now, I'm using this special blend, which is kind of special because I made it. It's, as you can see, not the brand name. I put black tea, which is known to kill bacteria. And I mixed it with a little shot of witch hazel, which has a little bit of alcohol, but not enough to cause serious damage, not like rubbing alcohol. And aloe, which is a known astringent, a natural astringent. And I spray it in my nose while I'm breathing. Ah, it's great. I feel like I'm at a day spa. It is a day spa. It's the Dave Spa. It's the Dave Spa. Yeah, anyway, let's catch up to what you guys are saying over here. I didn't give you the cowbell, Max. He left. Yeah, you know the cowbell takes up a lot of time. I'm so busy talking about other nonsensical things, I needed to give up the cowbell. This brought it all? Okay, let's take a look. Notice how serious everybody's getting?
All right, let's take a quick look at ID 2020. And what they say it is.
This is the voice of reason. This guy's good.
So we got a worldwide map there, a bunch of blue dots. And these are 1.1 billion people worldwide living without a digital ID. That's
right. That's what they want. They want a digital ID, everybody. This is all about the vaccination push. Yeah, that's their big plan. I was talking about that earlier.
We need to get a digital ID right.
We showed you Bill Gates' plan. He just talked about it
recently. Identity is vital for political, economic, and social opportunity. But systems of identifications are archaic, insecure, lack adequate privacy protection, and for over 1 billion people, inaccessible. Digital identity is being defined now, and we need to get it right.
Wow. Okay, we'll look at that later tonight. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Appreciate it. It's called ID 2020, and it's something Bill Gates created. And he's going to be able to stick an RFID chip in anybody who takes a vaccine. Now, initially, they'll probably say, oh, they'll offer voluntary vaccines. And they'll say, well, you should do that. Initially, I think. Or they might just say, this is for the best. This is for the betterment of mankind. We've got to get everyone herd inoculated. That's what they'll say. There's some real moronic people in UK that are talking about that, and now they're seeing it spread faster because of it. And people don't realize it doesn't leave your body. It's a nasty coronavirus that they've developed in a man-made laboratory, which is definitely, by all signs, it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It definitely is a bioweapon. Okay? Okay, I won't talk about your problems, Whammy. You love how Democrats are complaining about how the DNC screwed Bernie again. It rigged either way, but they all love him. They just shut their mouths like some dumb sheep. Yeah. The Democrats are so foolish that they won't even enter our party and join what we do because it's too wacky. Yeah, it's like, oh, those whack jobs that believe in chemtrails. Oh, yeah, they're weirdos. They're conspiracy theorists. Joe Biden would never say such things. No, war is not the only way to get out of depression. We are in a war really to save the environment. The war that I talk about really doesn't involve this crap. I don't even have this on my natural Save the Environment page. I don't include dumping chemicals in the air. We are talking about air filtration solely as a way of improving the environment. And we're not going to charge you cap and trade legislation to do it. I'm into no force vaxes. That's my overall opinion. It's no right of any government to force a vaccination on anyone, simply because they don't have the right to breach your Fourth Amendment rights of right to privacy. And your body is the most private part of your body, of your existence. It is very much an intrusion upon your body. So these are the kind of things I stand for: pricing up plastic, making sure that people use less plastic, and also dealing with the plastic problem by recycling more and more and using new technologies to do it. That's how we can grow our economy. Every one of these things right here can grow the economy, except for this. All that can do is free up the air of dangerous chemicals that are polluting our country. So that's my position. I'm not a Democrat. I don't want to push cap and trade on you. And I also don't want to force vax you. That's what makes me different than the other guy. But these subjects are really, specific to what I'm going for a unique new third party. There's no way we can possibly articulate this any other way but to take the areas that the two parties ignore and exploit them as a way of grabbing votes. We've got to waken up the people in the middle of the political spectrum to fix the country and unite it. There's no other way. And then articulating a lot of these concerns about what's in the air, I mean, how can you not want to make sure what's going on in the air is clean?
You might have to go back off and on DLive. It seems to be frozen.
Oh, that's just the way they hear it. They'll complain.
No, that's what.
Oh, really?
Misanthropy is complaining in your Von Live chat.
Oh, okay. Let me go off DLive. Yeah. It's possible that the moves I made with the computer slowed me down too on the delivery. I'm almost at the maximum capacity. And I do have to get rid of some of these links that I didn't do earlier. So what I'm going to do is Nice new studio. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm going to have to put some links away here. Chemicals, environment. There it is. I have to flip a couple things in my studio just to clear out the memory. It's really overloaded. I don't think I've seen it this overloaded in some time. I think it's what it is this thing.
Oh, yeah. That could be.
I'm going to pull it down. I've got a copy of the link. Yeah, this one too is like, gosh. Bizarre, 27 bizarre facts about the Georgia Guidestones, which does predict. Thank you. The Georgia Guidestones were built in 1980 under Ronald Reagan's administration, and they do predict that whatever they say, it says they want only 500 million people on Earth.
That were not created by government, by the way.
That were not created by government.
The Georgia Guidestones were a private.
No, it's a private operation. It was created though during the Ronald Reagan administration.
You made it sound like it was created by.
Oh, I'm sorry. Big mistake. Yeah, I failed to mention that Ronald Reagan was the first puppet president we've had. Donald Trump is the new puppet president we've had.
When Ronald Reagan was president of the United States, there were many people that believed that good old-fashioned American honesty and ingenuity will solve America's problems.
Do you want a break? Or
I'm going to take a break right now. I just want to get rid of this thing. It's not responding. Okay, come on in. See you in a bit. Yeah, we may have to jump out of that whole thing. I think we're locked up. I'm going to close the program. It may close it across the board. Yeah, we got locked up. Thanks, Captain. Yeah, it's any number of things. Okay. We're going to remount that. Sorry for the delay, everybody. We've got some problems in River City here. I don't need that open. This is what's taking me up here. I got a photo open here. See that?
No.
Well, it's...
I mean, I see it. I don't know what it's about.
Yeah, I don't either. It's just a picture of a thing called smart dust. And what they are little specks the size of pepper.
Okay.
And they are RFID chips. They actually are It's fascinating.
Restore pages or not?
I am going to restore pages, and I really don't want this on this page, but I want to.
Have you saved it?
I have, yeah. It's on there. Okay, we're going to restore our pages and get right back up to running here. Stop that one. I'm going to move this one over here. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, I just have too many stacked in here. That's what the reason. I really don't need that either.
It's not positive.
Yeah, really. Okay. We're just setting up our board here. We had a little problem with the functionality here. It's coming back. All right. Yay. The magic of the internet. We looked at that already. Okay, good.
Did I save that?
Hmm?
I saved that.
Oh, you did? Okay, great.
Picture.
No, Rodney has nothing to do with this show at all. Ever. My goodness. Periscope is up. Okay. You know, there was a study that said no corona transmission occurs between a mother and her child. And there's such a blood connection in the body that I find that so hard to believe. I really do. And I looked at the study of 9 pregnant women in Wuhan finds no evidence that coronavirus can jump from mother to fetus in the womb. It makes me wonder about the whole analysis of the COVID-12. It really does. And
19.
Huh?
COVID-19.
Excuse me, COVID-19, thank you. Don't need that open either. And I wanted to check real quick my Twitter, and then I'll show Sarah what I'm talking about. This came in. It's worth looking at, just out of curiosity, that okay. Well, I don't have it right now. Man, it's tough when your memory starts stacking up.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go wash my hands.
Okay, so I was gonna go wash your hands. I am eating enough vegetables, yes. They're waiting for me. I'm gonna pull this thing up from my memory. I'll put it on the screen for everyone to look at. Yeah, so this is my Twitter account. And I'm just looking at something that just popped up. It was amazing. Thanks to the post. Here it is. Sean Andes. He put this together. This is kind of disturbing. I'm going to read it for you. It says, wow, effing wow. Just got off the phone with the CDC, Center for Disease Control, after about an hour wait. A superior comes on the line. I asked her, can you explain to me the specific tests that they're using to identify COVID-19? She then explains to me that there is no specific test for coronavirus, COVID-19. They are simply doing tests for respiratory illness and fever, also linking recent travel, which could be, it's like a questionnaire. Could be a number of things like pneumonia identified through x-ray, etc. I repeat, there is no damn test for COVID-19. She did send me a link to the states that they are in the process of developing a test, but nothing has been issued as of now yet. Feel free to call me and see for yourself, 1-800-232-4636. Okay, that's a... Who knows where this came from? It's just one of those things that pops up on the internet. You can check it out yourself. But that I want to mention is really interesting because what they're talking about today at the coronavirus pandemic site is they were saying that people had to get as much information they could from sources to verify it. It could be using creative methods whether a person is infected or not. And the woman literally said that. She just said, well, you have to be very creative about who you're getting your information from and how you're getting it. And it's kind of interesting. They're kind of tacitly confirming that they don't really know or have the test kits. Now, a test kit could include a cotton Q-tip, a plastic bag. I'm going to have to tomorrow. It could include a cotton Q-tip, a plastic bag, yeah, and a note, a little label to say your name and number, and you just swab the inside of your mouth. That could be a test kit in the eyes of some people. We're being censored right now. So they want us to believe that they're handing out test kits when we don't even know what a test kit is. And Sarah was explaining all the differences of what test kits could be and how they have to be matched up with the RNA messenger units. It's like highly complicated DNA testing. And you don't do that in a few minutes. Nobody could. You'd have to go through a centrifuge and look at all kinds of different things. These guys have said that they had 1 million vaccines or test kits available, and even up to 4 million test kits available. They said that last week. Donald Trump and Mike Pence. Okay, we're good. Thank you, Monkey Balser. So these two essentially lied. Instead of saying they lied, now they're saying that there's only thousands of these test kits, not millions. So they're walking back their statement, doing a little damage control without admitting that they lied initially, that there are millions of test kits. So now there's so few test kits out there, we don't even know what a test kit is. And I don't think they do either. And that's the sad part about it. We've got leaders who pretend like they know what they're doing and they don't know a thing. And they're giving us false assurances that they can determine where and when a person gets this virus. That's not exactly the kind of test kit triage we need. So really, let's get to the bottom fact. What is a test kit? And let's find out before we can proceed. All right, we're going to go ahead and refresh that chat room. Yeah, and they do want your DNA on file. Good point. Skeet, very good point. Thank you. Much better. Okay. I'm not going to open any pages over here.
Thank you.
So we're done on that one. And you can, I think it's working okay now. We're good to go. If you all want information about the subjects that we have, that I talk about in depth, I have an alt Corona link here that you can check. All kinds of stuff on the coronavirus. And that's the least I can do for you. And this is Flipboard, and we had this, it's one of our magazines, and you can check out the links there. Very informative stuff. I've got now 30 or 40 links all set up.
Okay.
And some of them involve talking about bioweapons, some of them involve DNA, markers, matching AIDS. We're in a live situation with lots of people concerned about what the heck this is and how serious they should take this. I say take it all very serious. Better safe than sorry. So keep the faith, everybody, and begin cutting back on the amount of food you eat, because you don't know how much you're going to have in store before you go to the store again. All right? Let's start losing some weight during this tough time.
Yeah, that's one way to diet.
Yeah.
Huh. What about the economy? I think eventually in the long term the economy will recover. It'll people will still be fine. They'll get by. We'll be okay. Rocco, are you still in here? What are your streams about? Politics? David's running for the presidency. Yes. Okay. Why won't David follow his own advice? Of what? You mean limiting his intake? I think he has. Medical companies threaten to sue volunteers at 3D printed valves for life-saving coronavirus treatments. Wow. You like the new studio? Yeah, it's cool. Very, very fun. You will maybe get money after the election. A spade. Oh, David would see it as a time to increase his carb intake. Skeet thinks they want your DNA on file, your fingerprints, on your new Real ID, and your picture on your Real ID. Also, they want to vaccinate us and microchip us. And oh my goodness, oh, gotta be scared, worried. No, just chill, everyone. Just relax. You're okay. I'm okay. We're all okay. Federal government talks in groups with tech groups to use phone location data to track coronavirus. Phone location data to track coronavirus. Interesting. Yeah, I know. Sorry, A Spade. Sorry to burst your bubble. You were showing support. I'm sorry that David purged your message. You're already chipped by the small microchips that float through the air. Just made a clip. Click here to watch. Interesting. So Misanthropy thinks it's going to be about public monitoring and social credit scores, and that's what he's been warning about for a long time. I did see a little bit of your clip. I didn't listen to it, but good. Freedom, haha, Skeet says. It's coming. Get ready. It's all in the works. Time to load up on ammo. No. Whatever. You do you. You do you, I'll do me. We'll just figure out where we are. No comment, Captain Howdy. Okay, but very good. You're still getting used to this platform, but it's pretty cool. I'm glad you like DLive, True Blue. Sarah, who would be a good VP for David? I have no idea. What do you think, Monkey? I'm crying for the people that have no rolls of toilet paper in their closet. In my worldview, I would be a good VP. I could sit around and just do, you know, little pet projects, not worry about the country unless something happens to David. Do I really want to be VP? No. Not really. VP doesn't really have any power. Do I want power? No, so whatever. I don't know. Yes, exactly. I love my job too much. I wouldn't want to quit it to go serve as VP. Could I just do both? I could do my job and do VP. I could teach and be vice president. I know, there's too many commitments on the vice president to represent the American interests around the world. They would want me doing all that private traveling. Thanks, Trubo. Yeah, I don't know. No, I think he just really likes it. See, I can make my name. But Sarah, as VP, you can use the world to fill your pockets. I don't need to use the world to fill my pockets. I already have a full bucket. Are you a bucket filler? My bucket is so full that I try to focus on filling other people's buckets. Oh, as a referrer. Interesting, maybe. You'd rather be right, and if you're not right, you'd rather be dead. That's pretty sad, but whatever. So this study was published in The Lancet. It has found no evidence that COVID-19 is passed from women to their third trimester to their unborn fetus in the womb. If proper isolation practices during and after birth are followed, women diagnosed with COVID-19 should be able to deliver healthy babies without the infection. They cautioned, however, that these results may not be generalizable to earlier stage pregnancies. It was just in the later stage. We're practicing social distancing, Stormy Daniels. Hello, Phonomenus Phomosis Jones. That emoji does look like coronavirus. So the Navy dispatched 2 hospital ships Navy ship Comfort and Navy ship Mercy to New York City and along the West Coast to ease the strain on medical facilities for non-corona patients. Comfort will be dispatched to New York, and Mercy is going to dock on the West Coast. The ships provide 1,000 beds each, but it's unclear whether or not they will bring other crucial supplies like ventilators and surgical masks. They will not be used for coronavirus patients, but other people who need hospital care in order to free up the beds in the city's hospitals for anyone with COVID-19. I do not use Blackboard at work. We're a Google. We use Google mostly. Oh good, UK schools are going to be closed indefinitely and exams are canceled. They closed our schools. The governor has closed them for 6 weeks until April. The earliest we'll be returning is April 27th. That students will be returning. Teachers will continue to work remotely. What that work entails, I'll know more tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm finishing up report cards for the trimester that I just finished, putting in a order for supplies for the beginning of next year, which would all normal things that we would do this time of year. And I'm also taking this time to totally clean and organize my classroom, which I've been putting off for a while. Yeah, exactly. True, misanthropy. They're asking people with any flu-like symptoms to call the hospital, do not go to the hospital. I'm sorry, something, to hear that. You could be right, misanthropy. They're getting overwhelmed because the influenza is going around as well. And so because it has similar symptoms, people that get influenza think they have COVID-19, and then they're like, oh, I've got to go to the hospital to get tested. And then that could overwhelm the healthcare area. Use TelDoc if you believe you have symptoms. Okay. I have met all of my students' parents, and they don't seem like the type that would do that. And I think I have a relationship with the kids that they would tell me if that were the case. But older kids, I definitely have had that issue when I taught older grade levels. True, misanthropy. Okay. All right, I'll do my weekly check-in, or my nightly coronavirus check-in for Washington State. By the way, I saw a link. Max Out Credit posted a picture that says if someone's sneezing, that is not a sign of coronavirus. Sneezing is not, and a runny nose is very rare. How many people are in fear with how many people how much you people are in fear? Many will be tricked into thinking they're sick just because they're stressed out. The stress will make them sick. Exactly. We have about another, yesterday's number was around 900. I was going to start keeping a track of these numbers, like a daily, so I can check the curve or whatever. But anyway, the total number of people that have tested positive in Washington State is 1,187. 16, at least 16 in Island County. We're the fourth most frequent county for positive cases, positive or confirmed cases. The majority are in King, Snohomish, and Pierce County, and then Island County and Skagit County. So, yeah, I'm right there, trying to flatten that curve. I should note when it was like. There was one. I wonder if what Island County is posted now. I might just keep track of Island County ones. They put out a press release today and said that COVID-19 is now widespread in Island County. All residents must take urgent action to help minimize the health impacts of COVID-19. The Patriot Act was renewed this evening. Or was it renewed? I don't know. They were supposed to vote at 5:30. Down some things. So today we had $16 confirmed cases. Yesterday it was 14 confirmed cases. I believe before that it was 7. I don't know, that might have been on like Friday. On the 12th, there was 3 confirmed cases, and on the 10th was the first confirmed case.
Alright.
So that's about the 15th or so. They tell us all, or at least they've told me, that I should assume that I've been in contact with someone who's tested positive. Or at least in contact with someone who's been in contact with someone who's tested positive. No, David is not. No one's getting tested if they don't have symptoms. You might be right, Cranky, because some people have mild symptoms. Well, I'll give you a link to our local Department of Health. What they say. MIT biologist says fear-mongering coronavirus will go down as the biggest fraud to manipulate the economies. Could be. I can get a serological blood test to see if I had it earlier, to see if I have the antibodies. No. "99% who died from coronavirus in Italy had previous medical conditions." Pandemic response states can now approve COVID-19 diagnostics. Serology testing, huh? Well, what good would being tested do me? My job is no more, so I need the net. Maybe. So long. Bye, Madhouse. Take care. I would know if I were immune to it from getting it in the future. Maybe I could find that out, but I still don't think it's does me any good per se.
Okay, I'm ready.
I mean, especially if it hasn't traveled to David or, you know,
Well, you're fine. I mean, you seem perfectly fine, and there's no reason to think that any of us is contaminated. They said 21 days we may be symptom free. Yeah, that's nice. Well, that kind of throws a wrench in the whole idea of people, feeling fine and going around doing their own. So if we're symptom free, we're not coughing or sneezing. That means that we're fine, right? So we wouldn't be likely to blow fumes on people or droplets of sputum. I'm sorry, I didn't even know what she was talking about. Sarah, do you want to come in and finish your conversation?
What conversation?
Well, T. Tommy says, David, let Sarah finish her thoughts.
Why? It's your show.
Well, I gladly, let you finish the show, your thoughts, but it is my show, yeah, so I'll take over right now. Thanks, T. Tommy. You would know if you were immune? Well, they say, I can't really say anything about what they say because a lot of the information I'm pulling up is from people posting information that is not official government information. So, This info came up today. Jürgen Joe says, first info from China, if your blood is type A or AB, stay at home. You're in danger. Type O is better. Well, too bad Stormy Daniels got kicked out of the show. That's too bad. And check out this nonsense here. He also said, this person said, guest 733 said, he also said that people with the universal type O blood have a greater immunity because synthetic viruses stick to type A blood more easy. Have you heard any of that online anywhere? I haven't. Oh, that's the wrong Stormy Daniels. She has a different name, different username. Different Stormy Daniels. Yeah, so apparently type O is better. So if you're O negative, you're better chance of resisting this. A, B, or A, more problems. So I don't know if you know your blood type. I don't think they tell you. Really, type A is 80% population, really. Well, I guess I'm not going to reveal my blood type to you, but I can tell you I'm not worried. But Sarah, as VP, you can use the world to fill your pockets. Skeet, we're not cut out of that, at least I'm not. I'm not into filling my pockets. I'm different that way. I'm not like most of the people in the world that want to just, pad their pockets like Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Hunter and all that. We want to get information forward about this. Well, we got too many people who want, what, to even get anything done.
I got a bunch of money, too.
Oh, I like money. Yeah. I like money, though. I like money. I like money.
I like money.
Can't believe you like money, too.
So we got that obstacle. Now, Lindsey Graham is doing something. I want to give you some background on that's going on simultaneous to this coronavirus attack. Lindsey Graham is pushing this breach of our privacy. And it's strange, Trump used to be tough on Huawei. Now he's lightening up and allowing Huawei to take over privacy. Lindsey Graham wants to use mistrust of big tech to destroy your right to online privacy. Online platforms would have to earn speech protections by compromising encryption, all in the name of fighting kiddie porn. But these people in Washington aren't even going after the big child pornographer problems, or even the connection to Jeffrey Epstein. They seem to have dropped that ball completely. They're not even prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell. Yet they want to use this breach of our privacy to go after people's kiddie porn. Now, apparently your phone has a battery in it, and that battery, believe it or not, has a transmitter on the back of it. This has been revealed a couple times before. So your battery can transmit whatever's on your phone. I mean, there's already breaches of security going on, but they want to make it official. Lindsey Graham wants to literally have open season on anybody's phone and make it so that you cannot have it encrypted, like some Motorola phones are still encrypted. No, Cap Downey, there won't be any quid pro quo here. I would never do anything favors for anybody for donations, ever. I've gone without donations for a decade. What do I need donations for, really, when you think about it? I mean, when I realized people stopped donating because we had the same people in here over and over again, and you guys you're pretty tight, which I understand, I can relate to. Yeah, the government does think they can stop open source misanthropy. Let's not forget Aaron Swartz died over this issue. And nobody in our two-party system has made that open statement or even held them accountable. No, Rodney, you don't belong here either. Sarah is a person who gives me 30 minutes of her time twice a night. That's all I can expect of her. Yeah. Well, Lindsey Graham has dirt going on. Yeah, we know that. And we know he got $3 million from Len Blavatnik, just like Mitch McConnell did. A Russian oligarch paid both of them. So we're sitting on that reality that our government hasn't even revealed as well. But then you got him using this power to breach your privacy on top of cavorting and colluding with Russians. I mean, this is unbelievable. And I just said last night the DOJ's dropped all of the investigations into the Russian data mining that was going on during the 2016 election, and all those people that were working on the side to control all that stopped. The Mueller investigation was shut down last week. No, Cap Downey, you're trying to bribe me, and that's a bannable offense, man. My goodness. You got to be out of your mind. When was the last time you thought to yourself, looking back, I sure am glad I put trust into my government to do what is right? You know? And these people are taking away your privacy, and, you know, what are they, selling it? Does he take a bribe from some Russian oligarch to do this? So they can better control the election, knowing what's on your hard drive, to be used against you? Not that there should be anything wrong with your hard drive. I'm just saying you should have the right to write a book and have privacy online. I have a hard time keeping private information online, not in the cloud. Keeping it away from the cloud. I mean, storing on flash drives with encryption, all kinds of things. When you're working on a book, you don't want to lose it, so you have to keep it to a certain place. There's no place you can store it without somebody hacking into it. You could try to store it on Proton Mail and do it as a draft. Not Proton Mail, sorry. Yeah. Proton Mail. I don't have to hide anything like that because I don't do anything like that. In fact, I'm kind of old school that way, you know. I actually believe in physical touch. Some of you, the only physical touch you have is your hand. I get that. I understand. Oh, jeez. So I don't believe this at all. So we're supposed to think that if somebody sneezes on us, we get a flu virus that could kill us. But a mother who has the flu virus won't pass on to their child in vitro. Seriously? I mean, is there like a wall of antibodies between a child and a mother? There must be. Yeah, Navy dispatches 2 hospital ships, Comfort and Mercy, to New York City along the West Coast to ease the strain on medical facilities for non-coronavirus patients. Oh, really? Would those be are you including the FEMA barges in that? Because the only thing about the FEMA barges that bother me, if they put FEMA barges off the coast of New York, is what the hell is going on the FEMA barges? I mean, we have no social media covering what's going on there. People could be out there in that unit right there on the FEMA barge and no one would ever hear from them again. You hear that flushing sound? That's the problem going down the drain. Mobile medical units are not places we're going to lock you in. You can lock people in there, buddy. That's like a mobile crematorium. Oh, we're being censored. I better not say that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Please don't hurt me. Would it be something if you guys had the ability to electric shock me if I said something you didn't like? That would be intense. I probably wouldn't make it through the night. Yeah, down the rabbit hole. We got a lot of crowds here. The problem is we're completely censored by the face touch police who say, hey, you're touching your face, man. You have violated face touch code. We're getting censored all over the place. Only a few number of chatters getting our show. You know that. You probably started coming into our show knowing full well that we were censored. Hello, baby. You speak Portuguese? Henrique. No, I am not your gay lover. My goodness. There's a guy in the chat called Gay Loser. I just can't imagine him being in there. I hate to ban. Oh, you got 5 people in there right now. Wow. How do I see who's in the chat room? I don't see you guys. I don't like... Oh, there they are. Okay. We got all kinds of things. 5 people. But I don't know where you are. Where are you? I'm looking at my brand new D-Link page. Yeah, it's a new site that has a pretty good flow of information. 1080p, it's decent. Hey, what do you say we do our own event 201 that Bill Gates did to celebrate the coronavirus? It's projecting 65 million deaths. What do you see we have our own event 201? Call it event 202. You know, move it up one digit. We'll talk about the likelihood of any one of us dying if we were to just stop the Illuminati from planting this horrible bioweapon everywhere. Yeah, that would be good. We'd have hardly any deaths on Earth. Imagine if we had a president who actually called out another president of another country and said, why did you create this bioweapon? And then the other president would say, I did not create the bioweapon. You did, Yarami. She did it in Wuhan. Well, okay. Well, let's investigate that. I'd like to know, maybe neither China nor America created this bioweapon. It could be the Mossad. Well, like I said, we're pursuing a trail of links to this thing that was locked off our show early in the show. We had this interview going on with a Frenchman who was absolutely brilliant, except we didn't get a chance to see it because they literally took it off YouTube as we were looking at it. But in it, he claimed that this is a patented gene coronavirus that was made, I believe, in 2013. A group of French genetic engineers went to Wuhan and established this virology clinic, and he knew all about it. And we're going to play that video later, not tonight though, because I'm still in the process of bringing it in and analyzing it. Yeah, so we're going to see what happened, how that first virus production in 2013 matches this, and supposedly they have an actual patent number on the virus that is the virus that we're all dealing with right now, and it dates back to 2013. That's what the guy said. How did I find this information out? Watching the coronavirus pandemic chat room, going a mile a minute and cutting and pasting. And that man was kind enough to paste that 5 or 6 times, and we saw it, and I grabbed it and looked at it. Amazingly, it does look legit. So maybe the Chinese are correct. Maybe it's some other agent that did this. I don't know if it's the U.S. Army, though. It looks like it would never be something the U.S. Army would do. Who stands to gain the most from this operation? That's the question. Well, hopefully these Navy vessels will help the people in need. 1,000 beds on each. That's pretty good. 1,000 beds off the coast of New York is definitely handling the surge. I think that's a good use of our effort. Absolutely. So BioAmerica is going to start shipping finger prick blood test samples for COVID-19. You know, it's just like I thought. They probably are just testing for the coronavirus, which is commonly available anytime a person gets the flu. Global biomedical technology company BioAmerica has started shipping the initial samples of its finger prick blood tests for coronavirus to countries outside the U.S. So apparently our standards are so high that we can't allow these to be used. Trained professionals at airports and schools will be pricking your fingers everywhere. Wow. It tells you about the disposable aspect of it. BioAmerica chairman and CEO Zachary Irani said, while BioAmerica test is new and being evaluated for various institutions, we are hopeful low-cost tests can be one of the tools used to contain this virus while vaccines and other permanent solutions are developed. The disposable single blood test can be used in conjunction with a PCR test, which generally only shows a positive result if a person is currently infected and the virus is still present. Well, the problem with this test is the virus will never leave the body. So what they're saying is inaccurate right off the top. They already know this virus camps out in your nervous system and makes a permanent place in your house, in your home, and in your body, and you virtually don't know where it is. In your body, you can't pinpoint and say, it's kind of like chickenpox lives in our body and turns into shingles later. Same difference. So we're never going to get rid of the virus. So right there it says it's completely able to do that, test people without the virus. I don't believe this is legit. I don't. And a man named Mr. Irani, Zachary Irani, I don't know if I trust this guy. I think it's a little too good to be true. It's like quick money scheme, right? It's called the Earn It Act that Lindsey Graham is pitching. The cynical fear-mongering all the way down to the eliminating of abusive and rampant neglect of interactive technologies. It's called eliminating abusive and rampant neglect of interactive technologies. Basically, you used to go into your system and look for anything they can, and every system could be looked at. Any computer could be looked at. They probably do this already. They just want they want to legitimize it. Okay, I think we covered both those stories. I don't want to talk about it anymore. You had to cancel the tour, so no concerts. Our fans. Danny, wow. Danny Filth, everybody. Wow, man. That's sad. You know, you're such a pretty amazing performer, too. I mean, how do you keep off the road? With everybody asking, is Danny Filth playing in their area? They won't be able to get you to play for them anymore. Here's Danny Filth up close and personal.
This is Danny Filth from Cradle of Filth, and you're watching Loudwire.
Pretty cool, man. You seem like you got a really hardcore rock personality. I like it. That's the kind of rock and roll we all like, right? That's right, Dave. Mr. David, it's true about the bioweapon. Yeah, I know. I don't want to make a big deal about the bioweapon. I've been talking about it all night long, but the bigger problem are that bioweapon isn't the biggest problem we got to deal with. It's this right here. We don't know what the 5G network is all about, but there's evidence that they want to install 5G across the country in all our schools while they're closed. We can't really prove that's true, but it's very interesting because none of these things right here the government wants to talk about. No transparency, no oversight, no admission of guilt, nothing. So this is the dark area of the Illuminati that they're working through. What can they do with this? They can drop droplets of viruses on us right now as we speak. Flag what image? Oh, you're not allowed to look at that. Yeah. I don't have a bald head, so you could just go with that. The lockdown is to install EMF weapons in schools, airports, planes, and ships. I know. And here I'm calling it the 5G network when it's really weaponizable. How did you find out? Are you part of the secret society that's installing the secret EMF weapon to take people out? You know, you're anonymous here. You can talk about what you know. No public allowed? No public allowed. Well, what do you mean by public allowed? What do you mean? You can't talk about it? Well, didn't you just talk about it? This chat room is a public chat room, you know. You're publicly talking about it. Why don't you just admit what you're doing and get it out of the open so we can talk about it? Yeah, you have a big plan. We want to know more about it. Yes, it is photoshopped, Rod. You know that. And that's not a very good name. You should change your name. You know, I don't use any glue in my hair because it's real hair. You can't pull on a wig like that and expect it to actually land. I developed this hairdo as a result of remembering the youth I had in California surfing. And all of a sudden my hair started looking like a surfer dude. I couldn't control it. Yeah, see, he won't talk about it. Guess 138 says lockdown is to install EMF weapon in schools, airports, planes, ships. No public allowed. Great show, Yender. Are you part of this too? You can't talk about it either? Yeah. Yeah, New York got hammered today with 1,000 new cases. I think that boat off the coast is going to be great. You know, aside from the fact that you can't buy a hot dog anymore, now you got to sit and wonder, you're going to get any help at all from some of the people that, you know, that could care less if you live or die, you know? You know what I'm talking about? It matches the eyebrows. Yeah. Are you part of the deal, Yenda? Are you the guy doing the genocide here, trying to kill off people with a bioweapon? You know those people? Are you part of that deal? You want to talk about it? I think everybody wants to talk about it right now because it's affecting their life now. I mean, I'm kind of bummed out. I got to wear these masks everywhere I go, you know. Hi, how are you? I'm fine. Oh, sure. Yeah, we're doing great. What happened to the, you know, no, you can't even tell if you're even, well, you know, this is strange because I smell petroleum in this mask. Yeah, and it's not supposed to smell petroleum, but they make it with petroleum. It's got polyester fiber in it. It's supposed to be an N95 mask, but it smells a little petroleum-ish to me. It is. Home Depot's N95 NIOSH. Yeah, so it's, you know, just hard to imagine having to wear that everywhere. But, you know, we're getting used to it. Yeah, right? If indeed you're sick, wear it. But don't even go anywhere if you're sick. So why would you have to wear it except around your house, right? And nobody wants to live around somebody coughing and hacking. So everyone will move to the far end of the other side of the house. And yeah, no public allowed. You're not allowed to know about this stuff. That they're installing 5G in schools. Yeah, I know. We're not supposed to know that. It's ridiculous. So the theory is that we would raise objection to it. Therefore, they decided to put on a bioweapon scare tactic, run it through the media, freak the hell out of everybody so the stock market crashes 5,000 points just to install 5G. What's 5G so important for? Why are we so worried about putting that? Obviously, 4G works. Most of you get tablets to work fine. You can watch Netflix with 4G. Why would you need 5G? Especially considering it has not been tested. It has a lot of weaknesses? Okay. I don't know. It smells like they made it with a little polyester and had a petroleum derivative to it. All polyester is made of petroleum, so you never know when you get that. You don't need anything. That's my point. You got it right now with 4G, so what the hell? You have been removed from the show. You're not allowed to support other parties here. "5G has trouble going through walls." Yeah. 5G has no real plan to, actually solve problems. They have never tested the 5G network on human beings. Why would they want to install it everywhere? Because every 5G network out there is completely overloaded with power and capacity. It has the ability to blast 450 volts through every single one of those transponders, virtually microwaving the entire population. That's why. And that's why they didn't want to test it, because people, ironically, develop chest pains and this is an interesting piece. 5G weapon. This 5G network has been put all over the UK. It was just installed in Wuhan. They fired it up, and all these people died. How ironic that they're testing the 5G network at the same time they're dealing with a biochemical weapon, or a bioweapon, or a biochemical weapon. Yeah. It's not ironic that they're so in a hurry to install the 5G network while the bioweapon is being deployed. Why? What does the 5G, is it going to sterilize the world of the bioweapon and get rid of it? No, I'm so sorry. You have been removed on multiple levels and are no longer allowed to chat permanently in the show. Is it just more, or does this guy make a lot of sense? Is it just more, or does this guy... I make a lot of sense, yeah. It's more about you listening. Fears of the 5G weapon system on UK streets after conspiracist takes apart a light. I remember this guy took this apart and looked at it. Let's play a little of this just so you see what he has in it. It has a 450 volt capacitor. I'm not making it up. No, Hula, just the bad people.
Just show you. Let's just break this whole thing down and show people what this is. Alright? I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to take this piece, this antenna piece to pieces. Alright, people have seen it before, they've seen the breakdown. Alright, let's just unloosen this piece here. Alright, let's just break this down and let's show people what this is. Alright, this is the Harvard piece of technology. Obviously, that's the antenna. That's a scanner, it's radar. It's a radar piece of equipment. You can see that. This has got the 450 volt capacitor on it. And you see the cabling. It's really important to see that cabling. This is the delivery system, all right? This is an extremely dangerous piece of hardware. This is a single element, and they're 31,875. A lot of people making complaints to the council now, and making complaints where they're being lied to on a regular basis about this technology. So the councils are lying about what this is.
Yeah.
Let's just show people this is not a dipole antenna. Look,
that's right.
It's a high gain dielectric lens antenna. Alright, it's in a little bit better shape than the other one that we've shown the video on, but that is an illegal piece of equipment. It's not a Part 15 FCC approved piece of equipment. This can target acquire, it's radar. That's a scanner. Alright, it's a scanning antenna. They are illegal. Anybody thinks that councils have the right to scan into your home are mistaken. That's an offence in law.
Thank you very much. It is. It's an FCC offense here in our country. So yeah, what's life like with all this radiation and waveforms going at us all over the place? Yeah. Well, you'll develop tumors in your head. Yeah. So why are they allowing this to be installed without actually restricting any of this? Without testing it? Without putting limiters on it? Why? Because the people that are doing this right now, who are in control of our stupid, moronic government, they control those people. Those people want us to fry. It all boils down to they want to get rid of us because they haven't cleaned up the environment. They haven't bothered to clean up the environment, so they figured, well, since we can't clean up the environment and still make money,
now I've chosen springtime.
We just better go ahead and kill these people off, they say. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, they're doing it through the 5G network. So they want to install the 5G network. That'll really fry us. But in the meantime, they're going to give us a bioweapon to get started. I would like an appetizer of a bioweapon, please, and follow it with a 5G chaser. And yes, and no wonder you're becoming an alcoholic. You're wondering what the world is all about. It's so screwed up. These people, these psychos, are Luciferians worshiping evil. And we've let them take over our country by sitting here going, huh? What? Mrs. Hinch gives cleaning tips for using Zolflora.
Time today, and you get out a mixture of your cloths. So I've got my Moppet sponges here, some Pinkers, a couple of Brian's microfibers, and I'm just going to mix this in my spray bottle. This is just from Amazon. Dilution ratios are on the back, don't forget that. It's 1 in 40 with water. So I'm going to mix this up, get my cloths out.
Yeah, I bet she's going to probably monetize this video. I can't play this, in all honesty. I honestly can't play that. So we've got a few things on the 5G network if you want to look at it. Yes. But most of all, we've got very good stories about the current coronavirus right here. And that's where we keep all of this information. I now have 47 page flips in just 3 days, all related to the coronavirus. No, I'm sorry, I can't give you any of those anecdotal stories at all. I'm so sorry. Those were related to the earlier show. We no longer do that. We're now serious about our life and death. We don't talk like a bunch of morons and chat about your stupid Larry Sinclair videos. Hello, Dave. I'm an official COVID-19 tester bot from 6 years in the future. This has got to be one of the best sites out there. If you want to give hope to your family that they're not going to die, please go for this one. Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology News. They've got CRISPR, Cas9 variant, a more specific after swapping one amino acid. All these things, how to conquer top 35 treatments in the development, conquering the coronavirus. Top 35 all listed here. We've got treatment called, well, I'm not going to list them all. There's just antibody treatments, pharmaceuticals, interferons, BioCryst, Cellularity, and Sorrento Therapeutics, blah, 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 blah. Anybody with money can fix it. Yeah. So apparently Donald Trump, if he did have it, he got off because they've got all the money in the world to throw at these things and they can fix it. But average people, old people, they want to get rid of those people. They want them all to drop dead because they're a drain on society. They cost Social Security money. Yeah, so the elitists decided just to kill off the old people, and we're sitting here going, oh, I guess we don't have any power. Okay. Unbelievable. It is pure evil. It's been going on for some time. There's evidence that this thing is, of course, a bioweapon. We talked about that. I don't want to get into more of that because obviously the government won't even admit that. But this one shows promise. This is the best thing I've seen so far. Dutch researchers first defined the COVID-19 antibodies. This could be turned into a pill form, ultimately. Once they identify the antibodies that kill this particular strain or the variants of it, they'll be able to actually give us a pill. That's way more appealing than a vaccine. Oh, but the elitists don't want that. They don't want us to take a pill for it. That's too, no. They want to be able to stick nanoparticles in our bloodstream directly. David, if you somehow end up getting it, will you still stream? There's no way I can get it. It only affects humans. The analysis of public genome sequence data for SARS-CoV-2 and related viruses found no evidence that the virus is made in a laboratory or otherwise engineered. Yeah, it is. Let's go to the bioweapon page, you moron, okay? Read this first, and then get back to me with your uneducated opinion after you finish vomiting up your brain matter. Okay? Got to go back to the heart of the story at the very beginning. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You have been removed from the show. You are in violation of chat dialogue. Here, a bioweapon expert says it's not a kickness, it's not a weak response. You're a troll and you don't deserve to be in here, you moron. I've told you time and time again to go pack it because you're sporting about an 82 IQ. I don't know how many times I've had to tell you to get the hell out of this room. You don't belong here. You are so worthless. Just go away. Read this on the screen, though. A bioweapons expert says coronavirus is biological warfare weapon. Let's take a look. Technocrat scientists around the world are using CRISPR technology in top secret labs to develop doomsday-type biological warfare weapons, and the Wuhan Institute of Virology is such a center, the most likely source of the coronavirus outbreak. What do they do at a virology center but create bioweapons, you fool? TN does not endorse either Great Media India or Dr. Francis Boyle in saying this, but the globalist censorship is notable and significant. For instance, the globalist publication Foreign Policy strongly refuted the conspiracy theory on January 29th with the headline, "The Wuhan virus is not a lab-made bioweapon." That's probably what he's reading out of. Okay. In an explosive interview, Dr. Francis Boyle, who drafted the Biological Weapons Act, has given a detailed statement admitting the 2019 Wuhan coronavirus is an offensive biological warfare weapon, and that WHO already knows about it. Francis Boyle is a professor of international law at the University of Illinois College of Law, and he worked on drafting all of the legislation regarding biological weapons. He worked under George H.W. Bush. He's the expert on the subject. And we played this the other night, but it's gone now. It's been removed, claiming that it violates the expert testimony of the guy who developed the bioweapons treaties has been kicked off YouTube because it violates their standards. Because they don't want to call it a bioweapon. Because if you call it a bioweapon, then you expose the hand of the New World Order and how they're operating to build this tool and deploy it through chemtrails, 5G, and, of course, vaccines. They want to inject you with the coronavirus. That's what a vaccine is. So you found out your grandpa just died from the coronavirus and you're inheriting his 1966 Olds? Wow, what is it, a Cutlass? What kind of Olds is it? I'm curious. I'm sorry to hear about your grandpa, but how do you know he just wasn't suffering from pneumonia? He was probably in a nursing home, right? I've seen nursing homes feed feces to people just to milk them off their kidney machine. Yeah, fecal matter in their soup. Yeah, it's true. It's one of the ways they milk people off their kidney machines. Okay. Well, chances are your grandpa was in a nursing home and he was old and he was going to have pneumonia, so they just decided to make him one of the coronavirus victims. They need to have more victims to convince you of this psyops. It's essential. If they can't produce more victims, they're not going to convince you of the psyops. It may be long enough for them to install the 5G network, though, during the downtime, and then be able to zap you with the radiation because you just don't care. Isn't it great? You're in an underground bunker, ready for surviving the nuclear attacks? Great. Big screen. Ant request if you could show the Michelle Obama video. You know, I don't do that anymore, but for you, I'll give you a little taste of it. Let me show you the money shot. Grandma, Michelle has a penis. Take a look. She was dancing with Ellen DeGeneres that day, and this is the move she made, which shows us the definitive money shot, which we definitely say is definitely a dangling or something. There's two things in there somehow. So I don't really like to focus on things like that, but gosh dang, you know, I feel cheated, Grandma. I feel like we've been led down the wrong pathway. Obama's gay. He married a transgender. Our first lady over many years ago was a transgender. I mean, this is what the Illuminati love. They love to make fun of us. They love to make you look like stupid idiots. Can you imagine yeah, I can only imagine what he's doing right now. Nathan Rothschild. Yes, Nathan Rothschild. It is simply so funny that the Americans absolutely believed that Michelle was a woman. I must say, it is incredibly easy to make people believe these things by controlling the media. I have in my associates 5 or 6 different people that control all of the media. And we've been able to fool the American people into believing that Michelle is in fact a woman. How stupid can they be? And even when this fool, David Sponheim, shows a picture of her penis, they still believe that Michelle is a woman. Wow, I had to come up for air. We're not going to do the Larry thing, man. It's getting old news about the whole homo thing. Listen, man, you're an incel. Make a commitment to being a hermit, okay? Stop fantasizing about homosexuality. Unless, of course, you're living in New Jersey and California, then please don't in any way, yes, please don't in any way try to sway someone from being homosexual. It's a lot. There's laws against, trying to scare somebody straight in New Jersey and California. Spying on the virus, Israeli Secret Service to track patients. Yeah. Well, you didn't think this viral outbreak that has hardly killed anybody relative to the general flu deaths that go on every year, and everyone's calling, oh, this is so horrible, we got to all hide in our, because the media is telling us to. Yeah. They got the whole thing worked out. They got the whole world in an RFID chip. They got the whole wide world ready to... Yeah, they're going to check you out. Spying on the virus. And they're going to say, we absolutely need this in order to track the viral development. So we have to track you and your response. So if you don't take the chip, meaning the mark of the beast, you will then be sent to the disgruntled vaccine area at the FEMA camp where they have a nice little incinerator waiting for you. Yeah, because they'll say that you're in danger. You're affecting the herd inoculation. Have you not had this? You haven't had it? You have no antibodies for it? Well, we have to inoculate you or else. The Dow is offline, really? No kidding. Yes, 4 horsemen that represent death, war, famine, and pestilence, or plague have real-world analogies. Did you know that we are now in the 3rd seal of the apocalypse? Starvation and plague. They are going to be like, we have to know where were you at all times. So the next time this happens, we'll know everyone around you. So thanks to our 5G death tech, I'm not gay, nor are you. David, he always talked about transgenders. Does he always talk about transgenders? Who? Danny? Danny, are you here to talk about transgenders? You came to the wrong place. I never talk about transgenders here. Would you rather go to the Democrat room where they openly encourage pedophiles and transgenders to have story time reading in public libraries? Because I don't in any way support that. Okay, Danny? Get the hell out of here. Is Corona really starting to make money on the virus? I don't know. Wow. That's too risque to show you. But I like it. We don't play Larry anymore. We gave it up. It drives our more intelligent viewers away. I was going to play it, but you kept asking me too many times. Wait a second, what's going on, man? Famosus Jones? What's happening, man? Check it, man. Famosus Jones is in the room, baby. Right on, baby. Cool. Dave, okay, if you keep bringing up these transgenders, I came here to talk about politics and make the world a better place. I did too, Danny. I'd like to make the world a better place when you could tell me exactly what they're doing in the sky above me, and how come they never tested the 5G network, and how come they say vaccines are safe, but now they have to say they have no proof that it doesn't cause childhood autism. Yeah. I'd like to get to these political questions, because these are the crux of what's coming up next for you when you get zip-tied and carted off to the FEMA camps. No different than how Jewish people were carted off to the concentration camps in the 1940s. Horribly, this could happen to you. So either we talk about what matters, or you can go take a fly day. Do you want to talk about Joe Biden? We got all the stuff we need on Joe Biden. But Joe Biden can't even hold himself upright. He's a babbling fool. He literally can't articulate a word. The dementia has gotten out of control. It's led him down a road of ruin. He cannot say anything fully without skipping a beat. I can't play this video because it's banned. No, the Holocaust really did happen. Yeah. And you're headed to the same fate the Jewish people were because you're such an idiot.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by the you know the thing.
You know the thing. All men and women created by you know the thing. This man is a veritable dunce like Donald Trump. I have twice the intelligence. You could add their two intelligence quotients together and I'd still have more brain power, enough to wipe my own ass without toilet paper. Were you paid not to show, Larry? Oh no, okay. You tricked me into it. You got me. I have to give in just a little bit. Wouldn't that be a great comeback? I know. I will give you a little taste of the homosexual we know as Larry Sinclair, okay? How much of a taste do you want? Okay, let's take a look. Well, let's just say Barack Obama has a lot to say about this issue, but he's never said a damn thing. So let's be clear. Let's go ahead and talk for Barack Obama. That's right. My fellow Americans, there's no truth whatsoever to allegations that I had oral sex with Barack Obama. I mean, with Larry Sinclair. He had so many gay lovers, it's not even funny. These three men died. And I'd look into investigate their death, but unfortunately the Chicago Police Department called these closed cases. Two of them were shot by unknown gunmen, assailants, typical black on black crime, and the one in the middle died early of AIDS. I don't have a wig at all. except over on the shelf. This is my real hair, man. What about my real hair can you not hang with, dude? You know who Larry is, Trump Tardigan. You seriously don't even care?
And I have a simple proposition here. I'm here to ask you.
We'll get back to that when Joe develops he's getting his words ready right now. It takes a little while. So you want to go back here and look at the Larry Sinclair video? If that's going to make your day, like you're really important.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Dum, 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 dum. So this is not the first time he had sex with many gay men. He had a relationship with Nate Spencer, an openly homosexual man at the Chicago Trinity United Church. Larry Bland and Donald Young, all of them were openly homosexual, which is perfectly fine. The problem is Barack Obama lied about being a homosexual. Now, I had to go out of my way to reveal the truth about this man.
Sopranos, altos, you name it.
And I couldn't possibly do that without doing an impersonation video of a black man. So yeah, you're going to hear people say, yeah, Dave, you were really racist for doing an impersonation video of a black man. How the hell was I supposed to do it in whiteface? What's wrong with people? Why are they so stupid as to think that I'm going to give up my freedom of speech and not impersonate a black man? I know this seems like an old story, but it definitely is relevant to your freedoms right now and how they're being undermined by this Gestapo state that's forming around you while you're preparing for the coronavirus, which happens to have a low incident of kill rate. If you didn't know that, I'm sorry to have to tell you. But yeah, that's what's going down, man. I don't really have to bore you with the reality that, you know, you're going to hear about this later. But I did a very good impersonation video of Barack Obama, and I'm pretty proud of it. So if you don't like it, and you want to choose a guy who's a pervert instead, like Joe Biden, and you want to choose a pervert like Donald Trump, or a liar like Biden, or a liar like Trump, I don't lie. I don't tell you mistruths. I give it to you straight, and I'm willing to use parody to make my point. Satire is a way of actually reaching out and waking people up. So taking away my freedom of speech was not cool, baby. And I'll make sure you pay for that, all of you Democrats.
Thank you for your help. Where I come from, you don't get far unless you ask. My name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote.
Now, he kept talking, even though he realized he blew it. He didn't even know he said he was running for the Senate. He's like an autopilot.
The other guy, give me a look, though, okay? Look, tomorrow's Superstar Tuesday, and I want to thank you all. By the way, this is my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, this is oh, you switch.
Oh, my God, he doesn't even know what's going on. I haven't even started showing you the pictures of him touching innocent little girls indecently. Oh, we're going to have so much fun this election, assuming Donald Trump doesn't cancel it because of the coronavirus, which is just a mild flu and no one to worry about. But I know it was a pandemic a long time ago. So in other words, Donald Trump thinks it's a mild flu. It's all a hoax, but he knew it was a pandemic all along. Wow. Unbelievable. Yeah, Comfort Suites is nice. You got to admit, Larry Sinclair was top-notch for being a prostitute. Coronavirus, this is very serious. Let's take a look. And a plandemic. Oh yeah, I like that use of wording. Excellent. Claudia from Cabin Talk is going to talk about the Plandemic. That'll be coming up tonight in our evening show. Thank you, Scissor Fight. The nice thing about our show is there's nothing, there's no downtime. There's always something to talk about with this stuff going on. Please play. Ride the bull. Prepare for the bear. Massive layoffs begin. Unemployment websites crash. 600% rise in Ohio. People bail out. Jumps to 2K. Gee, I think this re-election campaign for Donald Trump is kind of falling apart. How come you Republicans aren't piping in on this? We're real proud of Donald Trump created all these jobs and helped our economy do so well. He's our man for 2020. Yes, sir, Bob. Well, I will tell you, I'm going to protect your right to bear arms. So Trump is willing to undermine that and give it over to red flag laws. I won't do that. Not much you can count on. I'm so pissed at the Democrats trying to push gun control that I just see those people sit there in their house and cower in fear while the rest of us are feeling protected. It is a planned event to throw the elections. Good point. Thanks for that. Let's take a look at this story here just for a bit. Scissor Fight brought it in.
Video. There's talk going around that this coronavirus is just a setup, I don't know if that's a word, a test to actually fool the world that it's a pandemic virus, and they're going to put everyone in lockdown. And supposedly the date was March 22, 322. That's not really that important, but they plan to put everyone in lockdown, get them out of public places, schools, hospitals, supermarkets.
Chapter 322. Yeah, that does have numerical value, yeah. And there's also a couple other links here. We got the big 180-acre farm. Amazing, abandoned. Excuse me, big 185-year-old abandoned farmhouse in North Carolina. Wow, that looks good. Wow, that's a big, bold farmhouse. Look at that. And another packed 1870 abandoned house of hay and guitar and swords in there.
Here we are today, checking out this old house built in the early 1800s. Let's check it out.
Okay, we got a couple of those tonight on Wasteful Wednesday. Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, we got our lineup. That's good. What's going on is always available. Yeah, we've got him on Q2. Is it that you like seeing the regularity of our show and you just want that predictable feeling of seeing some YouTube prostitute make $14 million talking about nothing while I talk about the most important things in the world and you continue to ignore what's going on? I guess it's like a game to you, right? Yeah. It must be like a game to you. Well, I mean, I can see how everything would be funny if you want to look at it that way. Sure, it helps you get through life without laughing, you know. I hear you. Do. Wow. You don't care about these things like depopulation automation. You just rather look at Larry Sinclair or this guy.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
You know, he'll never get a job, and he's not my son. He has $14 million from YouTube. Why would he ever work? What the hell? YouTube encourages people to have no opinions. Seriously. Oh, it's all real, man. It's all real, baby. Y'all lost your name in the account if you don't come in here and start talking what I'm talking about. You know, I'll unban you just out of kindness. There you go. He's not my son, no. Democrats will take you Venezuela's way. You'll go through the socialist plan of taking all your things away and limiting rationing sugar. We got a lot of people pissed off when I said we need to limit 48 rolls per visit at the market of toilet paper. He doesn't look a bit like me. How can you say such things? I look like Jim Carrey. You said so yourself. 3 deaths in New Jersey, now 5. I think this is the time when the mob makes things, a little easier to take care of business when people are like dropping like flies. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you keep saying I look like this guy, and he looks like a haggard has-been. I mean, you don't look like a man who's lost their soul without looking like Jim Carrey. He's just hollowed out. He had to have a new makeover. I mean, I'm older than he is, by far. Yeah. Well, let's be clear. You're right, Dave. I shouldn't touch my face. But when I speak through my butt, it's easy to do that. Well, granted, I look a lot like him, but, he could have had a face change after his oil painting career fell flat on his face. Pun intended. No, there's no way I'm not Jim Carrey. I'm not depressed like he is. Tall White Alien just followed. Hello, Tall White Alien. Welcome to channel DLive.tv. Tall White Alien knows good things when he sees it. So what do you want to talk about besides the fact that I've been on the show for the past 5 years? 5 years banned on Twitch. 5 years. You didn't go back to my other channel, old crazy old gamer. Yeah, I've been banned for 5 years on Twitch. He is a strange man who said he doesn't exist anymore. Trump's trade war is killing all the elderly, not COVID. Media runs cover. I don't know. The trade war it had to piss off some people in China, You're right. Scissorfight made a good point. You people who are asking me to see the same thing over and over again are exhibiting the signs of retarded people. The first 4 of the 7 seals. The 3rd seal is starvation and plague. Perhaps I'd like to quote from the Bible. Or perhaps I'd use someone else to quote from the Bible in 5 minutes. I will play you biblical experts describing the downfall of our world as predicted in Revelations. The reason Prince Harry and his family moved to Canada is to provide sanctuary in the underground bases. They realized that their fate was in the hands of the Queen, and they were scared. They were scared they were going to be replaced, I think. Yeah, imagine if Harry had in fact been replaced at 12 years old, like the story goes, and he told Meghan, I'm not really the prince, And she was like, huh? Well, you're the prince? You're Prince Harry. No, I was replaced at a certain age. They told me that I had to replace the one that they had before because he made some very bad statements to the Queen. And then Meghan got a hold of that and went, really? Well, that means they could replace both of us right now. If they replaced you then, they could replace you again. And they both looked at each other and went, we better get the hell out of the royal family. They hightailed it to Canada and got the hell out. Yeah, they don't want to end up with the same fate of Diana. Let's talk about the unemployment spike, okay? I am offering the Homestead Renewal Plan, which will generate jobs in America. And these jobs will blossom into something very important, like a house that you could own in 10 years at $500 a month payments. I'm also spearheading the idea of the $500 a month plan where you all get $500 a month for being U.S. citizens over the age of 18. These are all good plans. Yeah. Real good plans. Donald Trump got wind of this plan. What happened was Yang doubled this amount 5 years ago, claiming it was his big new idea when it was my idea since 2012. And I think it was 4 years ago he did it. No, 2016 I think he started doing this, right. It was 4 years ago. He doubled it to 1,000, and then Donald Trump's math skills are so bad that he heard about it and said, "Oh, okay, let's give everyone 1,000," not realizing it's 1,000 per month that Yang was offering. I'm virtually offering a 6,000 a year to Trump's 1,000 one-time only deal. So I don't see how you'd side with Trump on this one, even if he is offering it when he gets reelected, he said, which is unbelievable that he'd pull that one on you. You need the money now, not 9 months from now. So see how he operates. If it doesn't help him in his personal best interest, he doesn't want to give you anything. Yes, when I get elected, I'll continue my website out of the Oval Office, and we'll be addressing issues daily. What I want to do is a show from the Oval Office where you have a daily interactive chat room going on with our people from C-SPAN. We'll have a photograph of the Oval Office that'll pipe through, but when I enter the room and sit down, all of the questions will be prepped as polls. And many of you who submit polls as questions will be able to vote on the polls, and the ones with the most votes will get the most attention. And I'll spend an hour and a half talking about the issues that are facing the country one by one, and I'll allocate like 10 minutes per issue. I'd like to do that now, actually, but none of you really have specific issues you want to address, but we will then, of course. C-SPAN will be directly involved. More news about Donald? Really? I thought he was going to retire soon. I do, Mass Breach. I've been ahead of this entire problem. The elites don't even know how to keep up with me. I'm a very intelligent person. I've mapped this out years ago, and I put the whole thing together way in advance of them, 10 years in advance of them catching up. And no matter what they do now, they can't stop me. They don't know it yet. I don't have a wig, I told you. This is my real hair. What is wrong with you, man? Yeah, a strategist is saying the U.S. citizens give 1,000 a month to limit the coronavirus impact, but Trump is just talking about a one-time only deal. Again, this is my idea doubled with Andrew Yang, and then the bunch of Republicans going, "Yeah, that's a good idea. We should buy their votes." Oh, well, I guess so. Before we didn't care about the stupid homeless people. Now we care because it means it looks like we care. Like my idea with the container wall fence. I have a 1,000-mile fence idea I've had for, 11 years. And this president came in, 6 years ago and pretended like it was his idea, and he called it a wall. And he still can't even build it. He's such an inept idiot. He's got 100 miles of slap fence that you can stick kilos of cocaine through. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? Okay. Stupid slats. Of course people can run drugs through the slats. Well, that's the idea, Dave. The Border Patrol's in on drug sales. Oh, I should have pieced that together. I didn't track my information database. You know, I'm beginning to doubt whether Mike Pompeo actually did graduate top of his class in West Point. The reason I do doubt that is because I can't trust a word he said. He probably cheated.
What's the cadet motto at West Point? You will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those who do. I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses.
He's proud of that. This vile, corrupt man is proud of the fact that he learned how to lie, cheat, and steal. And I'm sure he didn't really get those grades that got him #1 as West Point grad. I mean, obviously, he's the most lying, cheating, stealing person that could have gotten that degree. I mean, what the hell? Did Obama release the Chinese virus? He's mad at Trump. Trump hasn't done anything for America. If you can cite one thing he's done, that'd be great. If you could dig into your empty-headed, Trump-tarred brain and scrape together one thing that Trump has done, I'd love to hear it. And then I'll tell you it was my idea. You heard me. Unbelievable. The containers will be filled with COVID. The new shipment from China is on its way. It should be arriving soon. Hey, Skeet. Yeah, that new shipment is going to be great. Where do you stand on immigration, legal and illegal? Thank you, tall white man. We are strictly, what I would call us would be populist in many ways. I'm like a progressive libertarian. I believe the government should step away from your violating your personal freedoms. We shouldn't force vaccinate like the Democrats want to do, like the New World Order wants to do. Not do that. No. Never stick a needle in somebody if they say no. That's completely a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Total. Where I stand on immigration, legal and illegal, I know and recognize that we have a 1,000-mile fence idea that has not been fulfilled. My concept is to open up these areas down here to dwellings for people, so they don't have to be sent to some FEMA camp or concentration camp Trump has constructed down there in Nevada. That they have a decent place to live. It's not like a cold room at 40 degrees where people can barely stay there without a blanket. Decent bunk beds, you know, properly managed, cleaned. This area will be paved in front of here. It won't be dirt. And we'll have supplies provided by even fast food restaurants, could even supply people who are waiting to get asylum into the country. I want to make the transition to U.S. citizenship a very smooth one. Not where they look at this as a... If we tell them flat out, you don't qualify for U.S. citizenship because you're a political refugee, or because you're an economic refugee rather than a political refugee, then there's absolutely nothing we can do at this time. We'll tell you that, but you can still wait and reapply. And you can still wait at the border with your family and not lose your life, and your whole world won't come collapsing in on you. You could reapply claiming that your economic hardships have turned into a political philosophy where you hate the leadership of your former country. Who knows? Maybe you'll convince us to let you in. But the bottom line is we shouldn't treat people like animals like Trump is doing. He has 5,500 kids right now who've been deported, their families have been deported, and they're sitting there with Mylar blankets still freezing their ass off, and you Republicans go, yeah, well, they deserve it. Those kids didn't deserve it. Their parents took them to the border because they had no better life down in Guatemala. They don't deserve to be there. But you retardicans think they do. I'm not saying you're retardican, tall white alien. But I'm not super liberal on immigration like the Democrats who want to offer amnesty. But I definitely think we need a border fence. And Trump is not getting it done fast enough. I'll read the White House proclamation of January, yeah, but why? Trump won't even be president soon. He's probably going to have to resign. Yeah, he screwed up. He waited too long to keep people out of the country. I mean, he waited 8 weeks when I told him he needed to get them locked out. I said, shut the border down 8 weeks ago. And he bragged about doing it early when he did it late. How stupid is that? He's going to have to. He's a mockery of himself. He's a cartoon of a caricature of a bad president. He has to resign. There's no other way. What he has to do is appoint a new vice president, namely me, fire Pence for allegations of pedophilia, which is pretty much the case, and then just put me in charge and then let me take over the country at that point. Then I'll run for election in 2020. He can leave office right now. He could probably just resign tomorrow, and I'll make it all happen for him. It'd be the best thing he could do. It'd avoid a lot more suffering. I mean, when you look at what he's done so far, is he's taken our country to a certain barrier of success with printed money. He borrowed a massive amount. Mnuchin put $1.5 trillion into the budget over the past 2 years. Zero Hedge found that out. And then now he wants to put 700 billion more, and they're saying now, well, let's just stick another trillion in. So he's put us deeper in debt by the tune of 2.5 trillion there, on top of another 3 or 4 trillion. I mean, we literally have picked up what, by the time we're done, will be 5 trillion more than we spent under Obama. To lead us to a place we were when Obama left. So he's just bankrupted the country is what he's done. It's almost beyond belief. I never had failures at all in my life. I left the college system because they were of no value to me. If you haven't listened to me tonight and realize that I'm light years ahead of your president, then you're fools. You really are. I'm trying to protect you from the imminent danger that is posed by a group of people that own and control Donald Trump. You're still clinging to the false belief that somehow Trump is going to do the right thing and help you guys stop the deep state. When Trump can't even articulate what the deep state is. I'm laying it on your line. Trump won't come out against vaccines. I will. Forced vaccinations won't be happening under my watch. I will make 5G a safer system. It will be 5G safe when I get done with it. Okay? There won't be any question about its safety. We'll have it handled. We'll put limiters on every unit before we even fire it up. And I will get rid of chemtrails because they are only polluting more and more of the planet. And as God is my witness, putting more pollution in the planet is not going to clean it up. So these evil bastards that think they can dump chemicals on our head from industrial waste, they got another thing coming. I'm not going to sit back and watch this stuff happen as president, I assure you. So Trump won't even make a commitment on this. And Trump will not make a commitment on the environment itself. He won't even admit that there's some changes going on here. I'm more than willing to talk about the dangers of GMOs. The Democrats won't even talk about that. Biden won't mention that. Biden wants to force your vaccines. He wants to stick you with needles. Biden doesn't talk about filtering your water system at your house for you, or air filtering your house or your home, making sure it's free of any viruses. I have plans to put HEPA filters in every home that I sell. And we can help retrofit people who need retrofit HEPA filters on every single home in America. That's a huge amount of work coming up. I want to price up plastic so that people stop wasting it. It pisses me off when I go to a market. They say, would you like another plastic bag to cover your milk? No, one will do. What if it drops? Do you want to just put plastic everywhere in the ocean and kill everything on Earth? And sure, give me a double bag, thanks. And I want to offer more paper sacks. I love it when people offer paper sacks. Not paper sacks, paper sacks. So all these things make me a better candidate than Trump and Biden. So it's really up to you if you want to fix this problem in America. It's not going to fix itself. So I do the show every day. I put in so far I put in 11 hours so far today. I've been on an 11-hour run. I haven't stopped. Now we're going to go to the video segment of our show where we bring you videos from all over the world. And later in the evening, I'll be transitioning to an even more interesting analysis of the coronavirus. And I'm not sure when I'm going to shut off at this point, but we're looking at down the road a 24/7 show. I'm just not geared up for it right now. But I will start the show up at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning just to track what's happening in the market. I'm not done yet. We had a major down day again on the Dow, and it's not something that we should just ignore. We are also all very concerned about the spread of this disease, and it's amping up. I have a big concern that if we haven't even gotten to the crest of this yet. As Sarah was showing you, there's a hump at which everyone's infected, and then they start getting better, and then the number of dying people die. We haven't made the top of that crest yet. But we'll be doing that probably in the next five weeks, and then when we get out of that, we'll see how it's getting better. we'll begin to heal as a nation and begin to get our market back on track. But I anticipate this market will go down to about 18,000 by April. That's what I anticipate. That would be, unless the expansion of the coronavirus continues to blow out of proportion with the media making big deals about it, I would say that we probably will be bottoming out at 18, but I do foresee we could go to 15 if Trump continues to mismanage the economy. And you won't tell anybody what that metal is, will you? You know, I will tell crap hole countries that are virtually destroying the world with pollution and industrial waste that we're not going to put up with that anymore. Sorry. I was one that was really upset at China, and I still am. But I'm realizing that there's no point in blaming anybody as we all fight this disease. Okay, this is the cool item. K-Bar Tactical Spork, Spoon, Fork, Knife, Camping, Backpacking, Military Survival Kit. Wow, that's got everything you need. It's a spork. It's a knife. It's a tactical device. Do. Well, that's great. For only $8.99, that's a pretty good deal, man. Everyone should have that for their mess kit. I know. So I guess we're looking at stock market has been better. You know, Trump has got that 18,000 point threshold. If he goes beyond that, we'll all say, even you Trump supporters are going to say, wow, he really didn't build a country that had a foundation, did he? It's falling apart like a house of cards. It's not the best economy in the history of America. We would have a lot more jobs than the ones he's lying about. The unemployed people, right now we have a 45% unemployment rate. Not 4%, 45%. People are just not working. When they drop off the unemployment rolls at 24 weeks, they are no longer counted. Yeah, surely you know that. The statistics that Trump used all these years have been lies. When you Trump-tarticans start realizing that Trump's been lying to you incessantly, you'll begin to realize you better start figuring out how to fix your own life, because it's not happening under Trump, I assure you. So let's get down. Let's boogie. Let's shake and bake. Let's build this third party and unite the country. We're not going to fix this country any other way. So let's take care, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be in the chat show tonight. I'll be talking, chatting, and talking about these tough times that we're in right now. I've got a lot of experience conserving. I've lived in a sustainable way all my life, and I can assure you I'll teach you how to survive in a tough economy. That much I can guarantee. All right, take care. Be well. This is America's Third Party, and I'm David Sponheim, and we're going to chat about the truth. So join us nightly from 5 to 10 p.m. and encounter interactive virtual chat like you've never heard before.